Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I was halfway through Milo's usual loop along the coastal park when he stopped so hard the leash snapped taut in my hand. The tide was on its way out, leaving the beach shiny and flat like it had been pressed smooth. Kids were building something lopsided near the driftwood line. A couple was jogging with headphones in, and everything had that bright, ordinary feel you only get in daytime when the sky is too clear to hide anything. Mubba wasn't looking at the kids or the gulls. His nose was planted in a patch of wrack where seaweed and kelp had gathered in a dark, wet pile. He didn't bark. He didn't wag. He just stared and breathed through his nose with this steady, focused pull like whatever was there had a smell that didn't fit any category. His brain kept handy. "Leave it," I muttered, more out of habit than urgency, and I tugged the leash. He ignored me. That was my first mistake. I stepped closer. The rack pile had the usual mix of things that wash up after a choppy night. Broken shells, bits of kelp stem, a bottle cap, a thin twist of fishing line. The smell was salt and rot. Under it, though, was something sharper and cleaner, like old pennies and wet stone. Milo's lips trembled as he sniffed. His paws shifted, careful, almost polite. I crouched, pushing aside kelp with the toe of my sneaker. Something pale flashed under the dark strands. I thought at first it was a piece of bleached driftwood, the kind that looks like bone until you pick it up. Then the shape resolved into a curve that was too smooth and too purposeful. A rib. It was half buried in sand and seaweed, with a thin film of damp grit clinging to it. I brushed it with my fingers and felt the ridges, the slight give of something that had been in water for a while. Milo whined once, low in his throat, and backed up until the leash tugged again. My second mistake was thinking it was just a dead animal. Seals wash up here sometimes. So do deer. The ones that get too close to the cliff edge. People find raccoons and stray cats near the dunes. It's sad, but it's not a mystery. I would have covered it back up and called the park office if it had looked like anything I recognized. This didn't. Under the rib was another, and then another, aligned in a way that made my stomach tilt. They were narrow and arched, too many of them, stacked close together, like the skeleton had been designed for a different kind of movement than anything I'd ever seen on this coast. I shifted more kelp away, and found what I first took for a spine, except it was made of segments that didn't match the usual vertebrae pattern I'd seen in pictures. The joints looked wrong, the spacing was off. There were no obvious tooth marks, no shredded hide, no fur, just bone, clean in places, stained in others, as if it had been bleached and then re-inked by the sea. A woman walking past slowed, saw me crouched, and made a face. "Everything okay?" I didn't answer right away, because I couldn't find the right tone. It felt ridiculous to say out loud that I didn't know what I was looking at. I just pointed. She leaned in, then jerked back. Oh no. "Is that?" "I don't think it's a person," I said, and I heard the way my voice climbed at the end. "I'm going to call it in." She nodded too fast and moved on, pulling her scarf up as if she'd walked into a smell she didn't want on her clothes. Milo was watching me like he wanted permission to leave the planet. I used my phone to call the coastal park number on the sign near the path. While it rang, I stood and looked around, suddenly aware of how open the beach was, how bright, how many people were here, how easy it would be for a kid to run over and grab something without understanding. The park office put me on hold. Milo tugged toward the path. I tightened my grip and kept my eyes on the rack pile, as if it might stand up and walk away. When someone finally picked up, I gave my location by the nearest access marker and said I'd found skeletal remains. I started to add that they looked strange, but the word stuck. Strange is what people say when they want attention. Strange is what people say when they don't want to sound wrong. Okay, the woman said, clipped and calm. Do not touch anything else. Stay with it if you can do so safely. A ranger is on the way. I hung up and stood there with Milo and the bones, and the normal world happening around us. A gull hopped close, head bobbing, and Milo snapped at it without lunging, just enough to make it flap away. While we waited, I did what everyone does when they find something they're not supposed to have found. I made it bigger in my mind than it needed to be. I imagined headlines. I imagined a call from someone official. I imagined I'd somehow gotten myself involved in something complicated because I hadn't just walked away. The ranger arrived in a green utility cart that bounced over the sand. He was a man in his 40s, sunburned, with a radio clipped to his shoulder, and a look that suggested he'd already decided this would ruin his afternoon. He approached, squinting at the rack pile. You the caller? Yeah, I said. My dog found it. Good dog, he said automatically. And then he saw the bone. His mouth closed and his face changed in a way I couldn't name. He crouched. He didn't touch it, but he leaned close. His eyes tracked the curve of the ribs, the odd spine segments. He glanced at me, then at Milo. This is as eyed, he started and stopped. He swallowed. Okay, I'm gonna rope this off. I need you to step back to the path with your dog. Is it a seal? He didn't answer. He pulled bright tape from his cart and started creating a square around the rack pile. People were beginning to notice. A jogger slowed, earbuds dangling. A kid on a plastic sandboard rolled to a stop and stared, until his mom tugged him away. The ranger spoke into his radio in a low voice, and I heard him say my access marker again. Then he said something I couldn't make out, followed by, yeah, not sure, it's not matching anything. That last part landed in my chest like a small weight. Not matching anything. He came back to me. I'm going to ask you to head out, he said. We'll take it from here. I hesitated. Should I leave my number? He took it down, but his fingers were stiff on the notepad. As I wrote my name, I felt the urge to prove I wasn't being dramatic. It's weird, I said quietly. Right? His eyes flicked to the taped-off square. Don't talk about it on the beach, he said, not unkindly. Just go on with your day, okay? Milo didn't need convincing. He pulled me up the sand toward the path like he'd been given a job. On the walk home, the sun felt harsher. The wind seemed to push at the back of my neck. Milo kept glancing over his shoulder toward the beach, ears back as if he expected something to follow us. At home, I rinsed his paws in the sink, dried him off, and tried to do normal tasks. I answered a couple of emails. I made coffee I didn't drink. I stared out the window at nothing. Every time my phone buzzed, my stomach tightened. It took 2 hours before the first photo showed up online. It wasn't on any official account. It was in a local community group, posted by someone with a caption like, "Found on South Beach today." Anyone know what this is? The photo was taken from a distance. You could see the ranger tape, the rack pile, and a few pale arcs of bone. Someone in the comments said it was a whale. Someone else said it was a shark. A woman with a profile picture of a dog wrote, "That's not any seal I've ever seen." Then the post disappeared. I refreshed. Gone. That evening, my neighbor knocked on my door. She'd seen the ranger tape on her walk and wanted to know what happened. I told her I'd found some animal bones, tried to keep my tone casual. She looked at me like she didn't believe my casual. "My cousin works at the marina," she said, leaning in, voice dropping. "He said there were 2 vehicles down there. Not just rangers, like unmarked." I laughed once, because it was either that or let the feeling in my throat turn into something larger. Unmarked vehicles show up for all kinds of things, I said. She watched me for a beat. "Daniel," she said, using my name like a warning. "People are saying it came from the island." I should explain the island, because it matters here, from our beach. If you walk far enough down past the quieter stretch where the dunes give way to rock, you can see it out there on a clear day. It's not far, just a dark hump of green and stone that sits low on the water. There's no ferry to it, no public dock. A few times a month you see a boat cut across the channel toward it, fast and direct, and it never looks like a fishing boat. Everyone in town has a story about that island. Some say it's a private retreat for rich people. Some say it's a wildlife preserve. Some say it's a research station. The only thing people agree on is that you're not supposed to go there, and if you do, you won't get a friendly wave. There are signs about it on the mainland, restricted waters, no trespassing. They're printed with legal language and posted in a way that suggests someone paid good money for them to be taken seriously. When I was a kid, my father pointed at the island from this same beach and told me never to go near it, not even in a kayak. He didn't explain. He didn't have to. Now, standing in my doorway with my neighbor whispering theories like they were prayers, I felt a thin thread connecting what I'd found in the rack pile to that shadow on the horizon. I don't know where it came from, I said. It could have floated from anywhere. She nodded, but her eyes were bright in a way that said she'd already chosen the more interesting possibility. She left, and I stood with the door closed behind her, listening to Milo pace across the living room as if he had sand still stuck in his fur. The next day, the beach access near where we'd been was closed off for maintenance. That's what the sign said. Maintenance. It was taped to a barricade like it was routine, but the barricade hadn't been there before, and the area beyond it looked fine from the path. The sand was smooth. The water line was normal. People gathered anyway, standing in small groups, craning their necks toward the blocked path. A couple of local reporters showed up with cameras, but they didn't get past the barricade. A ranger told them politely to move along. Later that afternoon, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. A man's voice said, "Is this Daniel Hart?" "Yes. This is Officer McKenna with Coastal Enforcement." His tone was neutral. "Practiced? You reported skeletal remains on South Beach yesterday." "Right. I'd like to ask you a few questions." "It won't take long." He didn't ask where I was. He didn't ask if it was a good time. He just started like a checklist. He asked where exactly Milo had found it, how much of it was visible, whether I'd taken photos, whether anyone else had touched it, whether Milo had tried to pick anything up. "No photos," I said. "I didn't touch it, just moved some seaweed with my shoe." There was a pause, and I heard the faint scratch of a pen or keyboard. "Did you recognize the remains as belonging to any local animal?" "No." Another pause. "Have you spoken to anyone about what you saw?" I thought about my neighbor, about the community group post that vanished, about the way the ranger had told me not to talk about it on the beach. I told my neighbor I found animal bones. I said, "That's it." "Okay," his voice stayed flat. "For now, I'm going to ask you to refrain from speculating publicly about the find. These things can cause unnecessary concern." "I'm not trying to cause anything," I said, heat creeping up my neck. "I just called it in. I understand," he said, and I couldn't tell if he did. "If we need further information, we'll contact you." "Are you going to tell people what it was?" There was a beat too long for an easy answer. "We're coordinating with specialists," he said finally. "That's all I can share at this time." When I hung up, my hand was damp where it had gripped the phone. That evening, I went looking for information the way everyone does. Privately, like it's not the same as talking publicly. I searched for local news. I checked social media. I dug through old articles about beach finds. There was nothing official. A few people mentioned some kind of skeleton, and then their posts were either deleted or buried under other things. One post stayed up in a small forum for hikers. A user claimed their friend was a grad student at a nearby university, and said the bones didn't match any known marine mammal. They said a professor looked at a blurry photo and couldn't place the structure. They ended with, "Could be from the island." I read that sentence over and over, feeling my brain try to turn it into something concrete. Could be from a week past. The barricade remained. Maintenance stretched from a day into a week into 2. People complained. Parents who liked that beach access for strollers argued with rangers. Dog walkers rerouted, grumbling. Milo and I started taking a different loop through the park, away from the shut path. For a while, it seemed like the whole thing would fade into the background, become another local oddity people brought up at parties, and then dropped when someone changed the subject. Then I got an email. It was from a biology department at the regional university. The subject line was plain: inquiry regarding specimen discovery. The message was polite. A researcher named Dr. Liao said she'd heard through community channels that I had found skeletal remains that were difficult to identify. She asked if I would be willing to speak briefly about what I saw, and if I had any photographs or details that might help. I stared at it for a long time. Part of me was relieved. Specialist, real people with training. This would become a normal thing again, a matter of classification and paperwork. Another part of me didn't like the phrase community channels, because it sounded like she was being careful too. I replied and said I could meet, and that I had no photos but could describe what I saw. We arranged to talk in her office on campus. On the day of the meeting, the sky was the same clear blue it had been on the beach. The drive felt too bright, too exposed. I parked, walked through halls that smelled like floor cleaner and old books, and found her office with a nameplate that looked slightly crooked. Dr. Liao was younger than I expected, maybe mid-30s, with her hair pulled back and a calm, focused face. She asked me to sit and offered water. I declined. "I understand you found remains on South Beach," she said, and she kept her tone casual, like this was an ordinary outreach. "Yes, I need to be transparent," she said, hands folded neatly. "I don't have an official case file. I was not contacted by the agency. I'm reaching out because, well, it's unusual when something is removed without any public note. And it's more unusual when colleagues start murmuring about morphology." The word morphology sounded too clean for what I remembered, but I nodded. I described the ribs, the way they were too numerous and close together, the spine segments that didn't look like normal vertebrae, the lack of skull, at least what I could see, the fact that it was mostly bone, not decomposing tissue. She listened without interrupting, her eyes narrowing slightly at certain points. "Did you notice any sign of cartilage?" she asked. "Or any flexible joint structures?" "I didn't touch it," I said again, because it mattered to me that she knew I hadn't been careless. "It looked assembled, like the ribs were meant to move a certain way." She wrote something down. "That's consistent with certain marine species," she said slowly. "But the rib density you're describing is atypical for this region." "Atypical," I repeated. It sounded like a safe word. She leaned back. "May I ask," she said, "did anyone from enforcement ask you to stop talking about it?" My mouth went dry. Yes. She didn't look surprised. She looked tired. "I've had 3 colleagues call me in the last week," she said. "Not about your find specifically, about similar patterns, restricted retrievals, lack of documentation, and always, the same vague statement, coordinating with specialists." I swallowed. "So what was it?" She met my eyes. "I don't know," she said. "I have no specimen. I have no photographs. I have only secondhand descriptions, and the absence of information. That's not science. That's gossip with better vocabulary." I almost laughed at that because it was true, and because I needed something to break the tension. But her face stayed serious. "There is," she continued, "a restricted island near your coastline. I'm sure you're aware of it." I nodded. "I can't say what is or isn't happening there," she said carefully. "What I can say is that legal boundaries can create blind spots. When something falls into those blind spots, curiosity tends to fill the space. So you think it came from there?" "I think," she said, choosing each word, "that the timing and the response are aligned with that theory. That is not the same as evidence." "What would evidence even look like?" I asked, and I hated how small my voice sounded. Dr. Liao's gaze flicked to the window, to the campus trees moving gently in the wind. "A specimen," she said. "A chain of custody, a documented analysis, a place you can go and verify. Without access, you're left with stories." When I left her office, I felt both lighter and worse. Lighter because someone else had said out loud what I'd been thinking. Worse because she had also confirmed something I hadn't wanted to admit. There was no way to pin this down. The island's legal status wasn't just a barrier to curiosity. It was a wall that made every unanswered question feel intentional. 2 days later, I got another call from an unknown number. This time, it wasn't an officer introducing himself. It was a woman, her voice smooth and low, like she'd been trained to keep every sentence from sounding like a threat. "Mr. Hart," she said, "I'm calling regarding your recent communications with university personnel." My skin prickled. "Who is this?" "I represent a contracted agency involved in coastal environmental management," she said, and the phrase sounded like it had been built in a boardroom. "You were advised to refrain from public speculation. We would like to extend that request to private discussions that may contribute to misinformation." "I didn't post anything," I said, and my grip tightened on the phone. Milo lifted his head from the rug, ears angling toward my tone. "I'm aware," she said. "This is a courtesy call. How do you know who I talked to?" A pause. Not long, but deliberate. "Your report is part of an active file," she said. "Details are monitored." "Monitored?" I repeated. "Mr. Hart," she said gently, as if I were being unreasonable. "The coastline contains protected zones. Not all information can be distributed." "What was it?" I asked again. "Just tell me what it was." "You took it. You shut down the beach. You called me. What did Milo find?" "I can't answer that," she said. "Thank you for your cooperation." The call ended before I could say anything else. For the first time since the beach, I felt genuinely angry, not just unsettled, the kind of anger that makes you want to do something foolish so you can feel like you have control. That night, I drove to the overlook where you can see the island best. It's a pull-off above the coastal road, with a cracked asphalt lot and a faded interpretive sign about seabirds. I parked and sat with the engine off. The ocean was a dark sheet under the last of the daylight. The island sat out there, a lump of shadow with a thin line of pale surf along its edge. Through binoculars, you can sometimes make out a structure on the higher point. People argue about what it is. A weather station, a lab, a communications tower. From where I sat, it was just a shape that didn't belong to the land I knew. A boat cut across the channel toward it, moving fast. It didn't have running lights on, not that I could see. It slid through the water like it already knew exactly where it was going. I watched until it disappeared behind the island's darker bulk. In the weeks that followed, life tried to return to its normal rhythm. The beach access reopened without explanation. No announcement, no statement. The barricade was simply gone one morning, and people flowed down the path like nothing had happened. I walked Milo there once, because I needed to see the spot again. The rack line had shifted. The sand had been rearranged by tides and wind and feet. There was no sign of tape, no sign of disturbance, no sign that anything unusual had ever been there. Milo pulled hard in the direction of the old rack pile location. Nose down, searching. For a moment, I thought he'd lead me to another bone, another hint. Then he stopped, stared at the ground, and sneezed like he'd hit a dead end. He looked up at me with an expression that felt almost accusatory. As we walked, I tried to convince myself of the mundane possibilities. A deformed seal, a rare deep-water fish, a juvenile whale with an unusual rib structure, something broken down by tides until it looked unfamiliar. Those explanations would have satisfied me if the response had been normal. If the ranger had shrugged and said, "Probably a weird seal," and a day later an article had appeared explaining it. Instead, there was silence, and silence is the easiest thing in the world for a mind to build around. I still see the island most clear in winter, when the air sharpens and the horizon looks closer than it should. Sometimes Milo will stop on our walks and stare out past the surf, ears forward, body rigid, like he's listening to something I can't hear. I tell myself he's watching gulls. I tell myself he smells seals on the wind. But I think about those ribs, stacked too close together, built for a kind of motion that didn't match anything I've seen on this coast. I think about the way the ranger's face changed when he first looked down. I think about the careful voices on the phone, the word monitored, the way posts vanished as if they'd never existed, and on the nights when the sea is flat and the moon makes a pale road across the water, I find myself staring at the dark shape on the horizon and wondering what exactly has the legal right to keep its secrets when pieces of it wash up on a public beach. salt had already stiffened the seams of my doublet when the island rose out of the haze, low and pale as a sandbar left behind by God. I leaned over the rail with my fingers locked on the wet rope and watched the outer banks take shape, dunes like sleeping beasts, thin pines, and the long shallow wash where the sea worried the shore without ever tiring. We had spoken of a permanent English foothold in this part of North America, as if it were a thing you could hammer into place, like a post in firm earth. From the first sight of that sandy line, I understood we were trying to nail a promise into water. I had come in Governor Ralph Lane's train in 1585, more a keeper of notes than a man of force ink, lists, and the marking of stores. Lane had a soldier's habit of looking past a man's face to whatever lay behind him, as if the world were always about to spring an ambush. Sir Walter Raleigh's name sat on every paper we carried, the ink still sharp from London, and it gave the venture a fine shine that the island itself refused to reflect. At first, we made our work look like certainty. Palisades rose from cut pine. Thatched roofs took their place. We set a little fort and called it order. In the mornings, the air smelled of resin and smoke, and by noon, the heat pressed down as if the sky had lowered. The sand got into everything. It rasped between teeth. It found the folds of stockings and the corners of chests. The shore seemed to rearrange itself overnight. An inlet would silt up, a channel would shift, and a boat that had floated easy one day would scrape bottom the next. The island's beauty was the kind that did not care whether you lived. The sea gave fish when it pleased, and then gave nothing but empty hooks. The freshwater lay in shallow places that turned brackish if you dug too near the sound. Supplies that were meant to last became smaller every time I opened a barrel. In my ledger, the numbers dwindled with a neatness that mocked us. Meal, peas, dried beef, powder. A colony, I learned, can starve on paper long before it starves in the body. We depended on relief. That did not come. The ships that were to return with fresh stores and more hands became an idea we repeated to keep ourselves from speaking the worst thought aloud. Each week without sails on the horizon made the men's tempers sharper. Lane held councils and sent parties into the country. We traded when we could, threatened when we could not, and pretended every bargain was fair. It was during that first year that I began to notice how sound carried on the banks. A man could call from the palisade and hear his own voice return thin and wrong, as if it had brushed through reeds before coming back. At night, the wind worked the dunes with a constant whisper. When the moon was low, the sand ridges threw shadows like black water. More than once, I woke with the conviction that someone walked just beyond the fort, not heavy with boots, but light, careful, and patient. When I would rise and peer through the slats, there was only the open dark, the wash of the surf, and the great slow turning of the stars. We had indigenous informants, men who watched us with faces like carved wood, and spoke in measured phrases to our interpreters. They knew every shallow and every safe path through the marsh. They warned of storms that came without warning, and of hunger that arrived like a sickness. When they looked at our fortifications, they did not look impressed. They looked as if we had built a fence against wind. When Sir Francis Drake arrived in 1586, it was not with the quiet grace of a providential answer, but with the roar and bustle of a man who could afford to be late. His fleet filled the offing like a moving town. Sails stacked on sails. Men cheered. Lane's posture loosened for the first time in months. We talked, in low voices, of fresh supplies, of returning with greater force, of proving the island could be held. Then the weather turned. A gale slid in as if it had been waiting for us to relax. The sky went the color of pewter. The surf rose and began to pound the shore until the sound shook in the ribs. Drake's ships tugged at their anchors, and our small craft strained like frightened animals. Sand stung the face and made the eyes stream. In the chaos of it, the promise of permanence seemed absurd. It was decided, whether by Lane's prudence or by the storm's command, that we would leave with Drake. We abandoned what we could not carry. I remember a kettle left on a hook, swinging slightly in the wind like something still in use. I remember the palisade gate banging open and shut until someone wedged it with a log. We sailed away from our settlement with our backs bent under bundles, and the island did not look after us. It lay flat and mute, letting the sand already begin its slow work of covering our footprints. In England, Raleigh's resolve did not die. Another small party was sent with supplies to hold the place. 15 men, a security detachment in truth, left to guard the claim until a larger effort could be made. I did not go with them then. I heard of them later in the way sailors hear of reefs, briefly, with a tightening at the mouth, and then the talk skittered away. In 1587, the next colony sailed, this time with families, artisans, and a governor of a different kind. 115 souls, men and women and children, sent not to raid and return but to root themselves. I was hired again as a clerk, my hand steady enough to keep records even when my stomach turned at sea. We returned to the Outer Banks with a strange feeling that the island remembered us, though I cannot say how such a thing would show itself. The dunes were shifted, the trees stood where they pleased, the air smelled the same, salt, pine, and the faint sourness of mudflats warming in the sun. We found the old works, or what was left of them. The fort's timbers were weathered and gray. The thatch had slumped. The sand had crept in under the walls and piled in corners like drifted snow. And the men we had left, those 15, were not there. There were signs of violence, but not the kind that gives a clean story. A broken chest, a palisade post, hacked as if by repeated blows. A few bones in the sand that might have been deer, might have been something else. One of our indigenous informants, speaking through our interpreter, indicated there had been an attack by local populations, and that some of the men had fled by boat. That was the part that stuck with me. Not killed in place, but driven out into the sound, into the shifting shallows where a small craft could vanish without leaving more than a stain of ore water. We did what colonists always do when faced with ruin. We renamed it Beginning. We repaired, rebuilt, and spoke of it as if we had expected this. The families tried to make the place homely. Babies cried. Bread was baked when there was flour enough. People planted in soil that was more sand than earth, and hoped the roots would find mercy. I wrote down births and distributions and the slow thinning of stores. We waited for relief again, and again the sea decided our calendar. Storms delayed ships. Privateering and politics delayed them more. A colony can be stranded by more than weather. It can be stranded by distance itself, by the sheer stretch of water that makes a promise easy to speak and hard to keep. I left with a party that was meant to carry word and return quickly. A decision made in the tight-wound fear that the settlement would not survive another winter without help. Even as our boat pushed off from the sandy shore, I looked back and saw the figures of the colonists small against the dunes, their clothes pale, their gestures slow. There was no dramatic waving, no speech, just the sight of people trying to appear sturdy while the wind worried at them. Years passed in pieces. Ships delayed, captains diverted, money tangled, war pulling men and supplies into other uses. By the time a relief fleet reached the place again in 1590, the story had already begun to feel like a rumor you carry too far from its source. I was aboard that later voyage, older in the face with my hands rougher, and my patience turned brittle. We sighted the island as I had first sighted it, low, sandy, indifferent. We went ashore with the careful haste of men who expect to find either starving survivors or a fight. The settlement stood silent. No smoke rose, no dog barked, no child's cry carried on the wind. The palisade was there, but it looked as if it belonged to the landscape now, weathered into the same gray as driftwood. Grass grew in places we had once trampled bare. A few tools lay where they had been dropped, their iron eaten by salt. I stepped into one house and found a cup on its side, half buried in sand that had sifted through the door's cracks. It was the smallest evidence of abandonment, and it felt more terrible than blood would have. We searched for bodies and found none. We searched for fresh graves and found only uneven ground that might have been dune shift. We searched for signs of a hurried flight and found the opposite. Chests opened and emptied, heavy things taken, lighter things left. It looked like a leaving that had been planned, not panicked. There was a word carved into a post, letters cut with a blade deep enough to survive weather. Erosion. Another carving, higher up, was shorter. CRO, unfinished or broken away. Some took it as direction, some as a plea, some as a mark meant for other eyes than ours. An indigenous informant later told our interpreter that people had been seen traveling inland, but the tale had the soft edges of repetition. Everyone had heard it from someone else. Everyone's certainty ended a step before proof. We walked the shore and stared out across the sound, thinking of the 15 men who had fled by boat and vanished at sea. The water was calm that day, deceptively so. It lay over hidden channels and shoals that could tear a hull open as neatly as a knife. A gull drifted overhead, crying once, and then the wind carried it away. The longer we remained, the more the island seemed to press its silence into us. At night, the surf spoke for all of them. In the morning, the sand showed no clear tracks that held through the day. It was as if the place refused to keep record, as if it would not lend itself to our ledgers and our claims. I wrote what I could, but ink is a poor net for catching absence. When we left Roanoke behind that final time, the palisade and the empty houses shrank into the dunes until they were only a smudge of geometry against the pale shore. I stood at the stern and watched the line of sand blur with distance, thinking of the settlement's first bright days, of hunger and delayed sales, of relief arriving too late in every season that mattered. The sea glittered as if nothing had ever been asked of it. The wind filled our canvas and pulled us away, and the island slid back into its long, patient solitude, keeping the fate of 115 souls as cleanly as it kept our footprints, until all I could see was water and the thin sandy edge of nowhere. The first thing I noticed was the way my headlights stopped behaving like headlights. I was easing along that 2-lane stretch out by the swamp, the river close enough that the air tasted like wet pennies, when the beams hit the bridge rail and didn't slide off it like light should. They stuck there, bright and flat, as if the night had turned into glass. I remember tightening my hands on the wheel because that kind of small wrongness makes your body react before your mind catches up. I live in South Carolina, and I've driven that road more times than I can count. Usually late, usually alone, usually with the radio low so I can hear if the engine changes pitch. The bridge is nothing special, just concrete over dark water with cypress knees and reeds crowding the banks. On warm nights the fog sits low, and the bugs throw themselves at your windshield like the world is ending. That night the fog wasn't thick, but it had shape. It pooled in patches and slid like something alive. My wipers squeaked once, even though there was no rain. The river on the right was a black strip with a faint slick shine, where the moon found it between clouds. I was halfway onto the bridge when I saw the figure. It was on the far shoulder, near the end of the guardrail where the bank drops away into mud and cattails. At first my brain tagged it as a person standing too close to the edge. Then the proportions didn't line up. The shoulders sat too wide. The head was too small. The legs were wrong in a way that made my stomach go cold. Not because they were monstrous, but because they were functional in a way I couldn't place. It stood upright. No question about that. Tall enough that the top of it came near the height of the guardrail posts. In my headlights, it wasn't furry. It wasn't shaggy. It didn't have that bulky silhouette people describe when they're talking about a bear up on its hind legs. The skin looked like it had texture. Not slimy, not wet, not shining like a fish. More like the inside of a peeled tree trunk mixed with something tougher. My eyes went to it the way they do when you see a snake. You look for the pattern because your mind wants to name what you're seeing. The surface had a reptilian look to it, like small tight plates or scales set close together. Not the bright obvious scales you see on a lizard in a pet store, but something muted, dark, and practical. It absorbed light instead of reflecting it. It made the shape seem carved out of the night rather than standing in it. I slowed without meaning to. My foot came off the gas and hovered over the brake. The car dropped into that quiet engine hum that makes you feel exposed. The figure didn't move at first. It was angled toward the water, but its head turned toward my headlights in a sharp, economical way. That was when I realized it knew I was there. There was no dramatic moment. No roar or charge. Just a decision. It shifted weight, knees bending, long arms hanging loose. The motion was smooth, like watching a heron fold itself and launch. It leaped. Not a hop. Not a scramble down the bank. It pushed off from the edge near the guardrail and cleared a distance that shouldn't have been possible from a standstill. My headlights tracked it by accident as I stared, and for a second the whole body was in the air, stretched out bipedal even in flight, like it was used to moving that way. Then it dropped into the river with a heavy splash that was immediately swallowed by the night. The water erupted white, and then it was black again. The ripple spread outward, smacking softly against the bridge supports. The reeds trembled. A few birds lifted from somewhere deeper in the swamp, their wings making that papery flapping sound that always feels too loud. I kept rolling forward because stopping would have meant sitting above it, and my body refused that idea. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw nothing but fog, and my own taillights smearing red against the guardrail. My heart did that hard pounding you feel in your throat. My mouth went dry. I told myself it was a person, and I'd just watched someone jump into the river, and the thought didn't help because nobody jumps like that to avoid a car. I drove until the bridge was well behind me, and the tree line opened into a sparse stretch where a few houses sat back from the road. I pulled into a gravel turnout where people sometimes parked to fish, cut the lights, and sat there with the engine running. The dashboard glow made my hands look pale and shaky. The smell inside the car was warm plastic and stale coffee. I didn't call anybody right away. My thumb hovered over my phone screen while I listened, like I could hear something climbing up out of the river and coming after me through the brush. I hated myself for thinking that. I'm not a person who goes looking for weird stories. I'm a motorist. I work. I pay bills. I take that road because it's the quickest way home. But the image wouldn't settle. That texture, those long legs, the clean leap. Eventually I called the county line because I couldn't picture going to bed and waking up to a headline about somebody found in the river. I kept my voice even and gave the location, bridge name, direction I'd been traveling. I described what I saw without saying what I thought it was. I said large, upright, went into the water, and I added the detail that felt the most honest and the most strange. The skin didn't look like hair. It looked like something reptilian, tight and patterned. The dispatcher didn't laugh. She asked if I'd seen a vehicle or a person nearby. I told her no. She asked if I'd stopped. I told her I hadn't. She told me to wait where I was and not to go back alone. A deputy showed up first. Lights off until the last turn, like he didn't want to announce himself to whatever might still be near the bridge. He stepped out, hand resting near his belt, and shined a flashlight across my car and face, taking me in like he was deciding if I was sober. I kept my hands visible on the wheel and explained again. He listened, nodded, and didn't correct me when my words got clumsy around the parts I couldn't explain. 2 more vehicles arrived, then a game warden truck. They told me to stay back while they went to look. I watched their taillights disappear down the road, and the emptiness they left behind made the swamp feel closer, like it had crept up while nobody was watching. Time stretched in that ugly way it does when you're waiting for proof that you didn't imagine something. When they came back, nobody said you're wrong. Nobody said it was a bear. Nobody said kids messing around. Their faces were tight, and the warden looked down at his boots like he'd stepped in something he didn't want to name. They didn't let me walk down to the bank, but they did tell me what they found. Footprints in the mud, big ones, clear enough that the deputy had taken photos with his phone, and then again with a better camera. 3 toes pressed deep, splayed slightly as if the weight had hit and pushed outward. Not a raccoon, not an alligator, not anything they wanted to list out loud under those streetless stars. The warden said the stride between prints was long, too long for a person moving normally, and not quite the pattern of a wading bird. He kept using careful words, unusual, anomalous. We'll have someone take a look, and every careful word made my skin prickle. One deputy mentioned, like an afterthought, that the riverbank showed a disturbed section where something had entered the water with force. The mud was torn. Reeds were snapped. There was a smear on the guardrail post, low and dark, but they didn't touch it with bare hands. They took my statement sitting on the hood of my car with a clipboard, and the overhead light turned on. I answered every question: time, direction, speed, how long I saw it. I told them about the texture again. I said it looked like scaled skin, not fur, and I could see it because my headlights hit it full on before it moved. When they finally let me go, the deputy told me, almost gently, to take a different route home for a while. He didn't say why, and I didn't ask because I didn't want him to have to say it. I wrote everything down the moment I got home, hands still trembling, because I knew if I slept first, the details would blur into something easier. I kept the notes with the copy of my statement in my glove box afterward. The kind of thing you don't show people unless you have to. Of course, it didn't stay quiet. By the next week, someone had heard big tracks by the bridge and turned it into a story. A cousin told a coworker told somebody at the bait shop. People drove out there in trucks with light bars and coolers. Someone posted shaky phone video of the mud prints, not the creature, just the indentations. But the comments did what comments always do. Half the town laughed. The other half leaned in, hungry. The rumor grew legs. It sprouted extra details I never said. Fur, claws, glowing eyes, a scream. Folks love a scream. They called it everything from a swamp ape to a river devil, and I hated that last one, because it pushed the whole thing into a place I couldn't follow. I didn't see anything supernatural. I saw something physical that moved with purpose. Local kids started daring each other to walk the bridge at night. A couple of fishermen claimed they saw ripples too big for a gator, but fishermen claim a lot of things. The bait shop owner taped a printed photo of the three-toed track behind the register like it was a trophy. People were suddenly experts on footprint shapes and stride lengths. Even the ones who mocked it still talked about it, because nobody could fully ignore the idea of a biological outlier living in a place they thought they knew. The authorities never made a public statement that satisfied anyone. They called it an ongoing inquiry. They said they couldn't confirm an unknown animal. They said the area was being monitored. The bridge stayed open. Life kept going, because life always does. But my habits changed. I stopped taking that road at night. If I had to, I kept my windows up and my eyes forward, and I didn't look toward the riverbank when my headlights painted the guardrail. Every time I crossed, I remembered how the light stuck, how the shape stood there like it belonged, and how it chose the water over being seen. Once, weeks later, in daylight, I drove past the bridge on a detour and forced myself to glance down at the bank. The mud was dry and cracked. The reeds had grown back in the snap spots. The river looked ordinary, brown and slow, with a log floating near the surface like any other day. Only the guardrail post had a faint dark mark on it, almost gone from sun and rain, as if something had brushed past in a hurry. I tell myself the same thing I told the dispatcher. I saw what I saw, and I described it as honestly as I could. I don't know what it was, and I don't pretend to. What I can't shake is that it behaved like an animal that knows it doesn't fit the name list humans keep for this world. It stayed still until it realized it had been noticed. And then it made a choice that left only tracks behind for us to argue over. Sometimes, when I'm driving somewhere else at night and the air smells like river water, I find myself watching the shoulders of the road without meaning to, scanning for that upright shape. Not because I want to see it again, but because some part of me expects the swamp to keep its own secrets and still leak them out, one brief flash of texture and headlights at a time. I saw it first as a glitch, the kind you only notice when you've spent too much money convincing yourself you can control what happens on your property. It was early morning, that dead hour before dawn, when the streetlights still feel like they own the neighborhood. I was in the kitchen with a mug that had gone lukewarm, watching the backyard feed on my phone the way some people scroll news. The grass looked silvered by frost, the fence a dark line, the patio furniture hunched under its covers like shapes you don't stare at too long. Then something moved through the frame. Not fast, not sneaking. It crossed the yard with the calm of something that didn't understand why anyone would hurry. The camera's infrared washed everything in gray, and whatever it was sat wrong in that palette, as if it didn't belong to the sensor's idea of solid. Its outline shimmered, not like heat off asphalt, not like motion blur, More like the air itself was trying to draw a boundary and failing. The gate made my stomach tighten. The steps didn't match the ground. It didn't bob the way a person does. The movement was smooth but out of rhythm, as if joints were in places they shouldn't be, or as if it was being pulled along by an invisible line. I set the mug down so hard it clicked against the counter, and I rewound the clip with my thumb. Again. I leaned in until my face was reflected over the yard, my own eyes hovering like a second ghost on the glass. It came from the left side, near the hedges, past the bird bath, crossed toward the back gate. It never looked at the house. It never paused. The camera's timestamp told me it was 4:38 a.m. I told myself it was a neighbor cutting through. Maybe wrapped in something reflective. Maybe the infrared playing tricks. But the more I watched, the less that explanation held. Clothing has edges. People cast consistent shadows. Even a big plastic tarp flapping in wind has rules. This had borders that seemed to breathe. My wife came into the kitchen, saw my face, and followed my gaze to the phone. I didn't say anything at first because I didn't want to be the one to put it into words and make it real. She watched the figure cross the yard once, then took the phone from my hand and rewound it without asking. The second time through, she held it farther away, like distance could protect her. When she finally spoke, it was a single question. Was I sure the cameras were working right? That was the thing. I was the kind of homeowner who tested everything. After a rash of car break-ins 2 blocks over, I'd installed a full system, 2 backyard cameras with overlapping angles, door sensors, motion lights, cloud storage. I kept firmware updated. I checked the recordings when the motion alerts went off. I wanted clean proof of ordinary threats. People, animals, the predictable. The clip was clean. The time code didn't jump. The signal didn't smear. The lawn furniture didn't distort when the figure passed. It was only the figure that refused to settle into a shape. I pulled up the second camera, the one mounted under the eave by the sliding door. Different angle, same yard. It caught it too. From that camera, the shimmer was worse, like watching something through thin fabric. The figure moved behind the maple tree, and for a fraction of a second I expected the trunk to hide it the way a trunk hides any solid thing. It didn't. The tree seemed to dim where it passed, like the sensor couldn't decide what it was seeing and averaged the pixels into a soft gray smear. And then it was by the gate. Our back gate is old wood with a metal latch that squeals when it opens. We keep it locked more out of habit than need. On the video, the figure didn't touch the latch. It didn't put a hand on the wood. It simply moved through the space where the gate was. And for a breath of time, the gate looked wrong. Its lines misaligned. The boards faintly doubled. Then the figure was gone, off frame, out into the alley beyond the fence. The cameras kept recording. Empty yard, frost on grass, nothing else moving but the branches. I saved the clip twice, once to the cloud, once to my phone. I exported it with the system's tiny watermark and the odd little string our app appends to the corner. I didn't think about it at the time, but when I watched it later on my laptop, that string was there like a tag on a specimen. By the time the sky started to lighten, I was already outside. Cold air bit at my cheeks as soon as I stepped onto the patio. The grass crunched under my shoes. I walked the exact line the figure took, using the bird bath and the maple as markers, and I looked for anything. Footprints, drag marks, a scuff where someone might have stumbled, a broken blade of grass, frost disturbed into darker patches. Nothing. The frost lay unbroken, a neat glaze like sugar. The dirt under the maple was smooth. The gate latch was still locked. I tried it and it squealed the way it always does. Loud enough that if anyone had opened it at 4:38, I would have heard it through the bedroom window. Our dog refused to come out. He's a medium mutt with too much confidence, the kind that barks at delivery trucks and vacuum cleaners. Usually he's the first one at the back door when he hears me step on the patio. That morning, he stayed in the hallway, nails gripping the hardwood, eyes wide. When I called him, he backed away like I'd offered him something that burned. Our cat did something I'd never seen her do. She flattened herself under the dining table and wouldn't move even when I rattled the treat jar. Her tail was puffed and her ears pinned, and the skin along her spine twitched as if a current was running under it. The yard was quiet, no smell of skunk, no dead animal, no obvious reason for either of them to act that way. The only thing different was what I'd seen on the screen and the cold line that knowledge drew across the back of my mind. I checked the motion light. It hadn't triggered. I checked the sensor logs. No door opened, no gate, no window. The system didn't record any sound because the backyard cameras don't have audio. A choice I'd made for privacy and never regretted until that morning. I kept looking anyway, moving methodically, because that's what I do when something doesn't make sense. I knelt by the fence and examined the ground near the baseboards. I brushed my glove over the frost and watched it stick and smear. I looked at the spots where the figure had crossed, expecting at least a faint disturbance, some pattern in the ice crystals. The grass was perfect. Inside, I compared the two angles frame by frame, pausing on the moments when the figure passed the tree when it neared the gate. I adjusted contrast. I zoomed until the pixels broke into blocks. The more I tried to pin it down, the less human it seemed. Not because it looked like something else, but because it looked like it was halfway between states, there and not there, seen and not seen, captured and still refusing to be understood. By late morning, the sun had melted the frost. The yard looked normal again, green and damp and dull. The pets still wouldn't step past the threshold. We tried to coax them. We left the back door open so the dog could sniff the air without feeling trapped. He stretched his neck forward and inhaled, then retreated so fast his tags clinked against his collar in a frantic little burst. He went to the living room and sat facing the hallway, as if guarding against something that might come from deeper inside the house. My wife suggested we call someone, and we both knew without saying it how that would sound. We didn't have broken locks. We didn't have missing things. We had a video of a shimmering figure walking across a suburban backyard at 4:38 a.m. and leaving no tracks in frost. That afternoon, I walked the alley behind the fence. I looked for a point of entry, a broken plank, a spot where someone could have climbed. There were none. The ground was dry dirt and gravel, and it held other footprints from mail carriers and kids, and the occasional stray cat. Nothing that matched the path from the clip. Nothing fresh enough to tie to dawn. I stood by our gate from the outside and stared at it, trying to imagine something passing through without touching, without opening, without leaving any sign. The latch was still locked. The wood was still old and solid and plain. A car rolled past, a neighbor on the way to work, and I felt suddenly ridiculous and exposed, standing there like I was waiting for a magic trick to repeat itself. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the phone on the nightstand, brightness turned down, the clip loaded and ready, as if watching it enough times would make it change into something explainable. Every time the house creaked, I imagined that wrong, smooth gate on the other side of the bedroom wall. Just before dawn, I checked the live feed again. The yard was empty. The patio furniture sat in place. The maple branches swayed gently. Nothing shimmered, nothing crossed. The cameras hummed along, doing exactly what I'd bought them to do. Record reality. When the sky began to pale, I went to the back door and opened it. Cold air slid in, and the dog got up from his bed and approached, slow and wary. He stood beside me, nose working, then stopped at the threshold like there was a line he couldn't cross. His body trembled, a fine vibration through his shoulders, and he let out a low sound that wasn't quite a growl and wasn't quite a whine. I looked out into the yard and saw nothing at all. The cameras and their neat little rectangles on the screen showed nothing at all, but the way my dog stared into the open space near the bird bath, the exact path from the clip, made the hair on my arms rise. His eyes tracked something that wasn't there, moving with a careful, steady focus, following a route only he could see. From hedge to tree to gate, I didn't step outside. I didn't call his name. I just stood in the doorway, hand on the frame, listening to the quiet and watching the empty grass as if it might shimmer at any moment. And somewhere in the system, in clean digital storage with a timestamp and a clear view of an undisturbed yard, that first clip remained, proof that something crossed our backyard before dawn and left nothing behind. By the time the sun angled through the firs and lit the moss in bright green patches, we had already stepped off the maintained trail and onto a faint line of flattened needles that didn't show on our map. It was the kind of detour that feels harmless in an old-growth forest. Quiet, cool, forgiving. I was walking second, watching where my friend Mara put her boots so I didn't twist an ankle on a hidden route, when the first structure appeared ahead of us like something the woods had decided to build. It wasn't a fallen tree. It wasn't a natural arch from two trunks leaning together. It was branches, thick ones, wrist-sized, woven and bent into a doorway shape between two hemlocks. Smaller limbs had been threaded through the bigger ones in a way that held tension, the ends tucked and locked like a crude basket. The whole thing sat just off the faint path, too intentional to be windfall, too clean to be left over from logging. The bark where the branches rubbed had been scraped pale, as if they'd been twisted into place recently. We slowed down without talking. I could feel all three of us doing the same mental math. We were in a public forest, not someone's private land, and yet that arch read like a boundary. Ben, who had been in front, stopped close enough to touch it, then thought better and lowered his hand. The air under it looked the same as the air around it. Still, the opening drew my eyes the way a gap in a fence does, like it's meant to be used. We stood there for a beat, the three of us breathing, listening to the normal soundtrack of the woods, birds ticking in the canopy, insects fussing in the duff. Then the soundtrack cut out. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't that we walked deeper into a place with fewer birds. 1 second there was life, and the next there was nothing. No chirp, no buzz, no distant call. The wind still moved high branches, but even that seemed muted, like the forest had put a hand over its own mouth. My ears strained so hard they started inventing sounds. My pulse, the hush of my jacket sleeve, the soft grind of a boot sole when I shifted my weight. Mara turned her head slowly, as if a sudden movement might crack something. Ben's mouth opened, then closed again. None of us wanted to be the one to speak first in that blank space. That was when the smell came in. At first, I thought it was a rotten log we'd stepped near, a patch of fungus, something damp and decaying, but it was heavier than rot, thick and animal in a way that made my stomach tighten, musky, oily, like an old wet coat left too long in a locker, layered with something sharp underneath, like crushed greenery in something sour. It wasn't everywhere in the forest, just here right around the arch, as if we'd crossed into a pocket of air that held it. Ben finally whispered, "Do you smell that?" His voice sounded wrong in the silence. Too clear. Mara didn't answer out loud. She made a small motion with her hand. Back up, not a panic gesture. A practical one, like you'd do near a wasp nest. But the arch was behind Ben, and he was between it and us. The faint path we'd followed ran forward, and then disappeared into ferns and swordgrass. Back was the way we'd come, and back meant passing under that woven doorway. Whether we believed in it or not, Ben took a half step backward anyway, and the silence deepened as if it had been waiting for that. A stone hit the ground to our right and bounced, thudding into the duff. It wasn't a pebble that fell from a branch. It was the size of a fist, gray and angular, and it came in fast enough that I heard it cut through the air at the end, an ugly short hiss before it struck. All three of us flinched. Mara's shoulders rose to her ears. Ben jerked around, eyes wide. Scanning the tree line, the stone had come from the right, from a thick stand of young fursuit where the branches knitted together so tightly it was hard to see more than a few feet in. Nothing moved in there. No snapped twig, no fleeing animal. Just that wall of green. Ben lifted his hands, palms out, a reflexive gesture of apology toward the trees. "Hey," he said louder than a whisper, then stopped himself like he'd realized he'd just shouted in a church. Another stone came in from the same direction, lower this time. It struck a mossy log and cracked with a sharp pop, sending chips of dried bark upward. The throw was clean, deliberate, too strong for a squirrel, too straight for a branch drop. Mara grabbed my sleeve, hard. Her grip was cold through the fabric. She didn't look at me. She kept her eyes on the fur wall. "We're leaving," she said. barely moving her lips. Ben's face had gone pale under his sunburn. He nodded once. He didn't argue. Whatever he thought this was, a person messing with us. An animal. Something else. His body had made the decision without his pride. We started backing up together, step by careful step, so we could keep our eyes on the right-hand tree line and still move toward the arch. My heel found a root, and I stumbled, catching myself on Ben's pack strap. The silence made every small mistake feel enormous. Even my breath sounded like it didn't belong. The smell got worse as we moved. It clung to the back of my throat. There was a wetness to it, like a warm body close by, and it made me think of fur without seeing fur. A third stone flew. This one came from the left. It crossed our line of retreat and slammed into the ground a few feet behind Ben, as if whoever threw it had adjusted for our movement and aimed to hurt us. The left side of the forest was older and darker, thick with cedar trunks and fallen giants that lay like collapsed bridges. There was nowhere to see into it either. It was all shadow and bark and hanging lichen. Ben's eyes darted from left to right. Then he made the smallest possible turn and started moving faster. Not running. Not yet. Just walking like he'd remembered an appointment. The arch was behind him now, close enough that he could reach out and touch one of the woven branches. He didn't. He ducked slightly as he stepped through, as if there might be an invisible line at forehead height. The moment he passed under it, the smell surged, thick enough that my eyes watered. I felt the hair on my arms rise under my sleeves. It wasn't magical. It was physical, like a temperature change, like stepping into a room where something large had been sleeping. Mara went next. She kept her head down and moved quickly, shoulders tight. I followed, trying not to brush the branches. The weave was so close I could see the dull flecks where the limbs were under tension, held by smaller sticks like pins. Whoever made it had understood how wood wants to bend, and how to keep it from springing loose. As I crossed under, a stone hit a tree trunk behind us with a smack that made me jump. Bark dust puffed out and hung in the air in a soft brown cloud. The throw had missed us, but not by much. On the other side of the arch, the silence didn't break. If anything, it pressed harder, as if the forest was waiting to see if we'd gotten the message. We didn't stop. We didn't talk. We moved back along the faint path in a tight group, eyes down for footing, ears straining for any change. My mind kept trying to supply a reasonable explanation. Kids throwing rocks, someone protecting a hidden camp, a territorial animal. The problem was the accuracy of the throws and the way they came from two different directions without any movement to give it away. The problem was that smell. So close it felt like it was on our clothes. The problem was the total absence of birds and insects, as if everything smaller had already left. I wrote this down later with shaking hands because I didn't want the details to smooth out into something easier to dismiss. At the time, all I could think was, "We are being moved." Another stone came, rolling across the path from ahead of us this time, not thrown hard enough to strike, just placed into our line as a warning. It stopped at Mara's feet. She didn't kick it away. She stepped around it like it was a snake. Ben finally did what I'd been too afraid to do, and pulled out his phone, not to record but to check the map. The screen looked obscene in the dark green light. He held it low. He mouthed a direction and pointed. Left, then down, back toward the official trail. We took the left, pushing through ferns that slapped our shins, and the silence followed like a dome. It didn't matter that we were moving. It didn't thin. It stayed centered on us or on whatever line we'd crossed. The air grew warmer as we dropped toward a small drainage, and the smell thinned for a second, just enough to give me hope. Then it returned in a brief wave, stronger than before, as if whatever was in those trees had moved parallel to us without showing itself. The thought made my skin prickle. I tried to look for footprints in the soft ground, but the forest floor was a mess of needles and root shadows. And fear makes bad detectives of us. Ben's pace shifted again. "Run," he said, one word, and then he did it. We ran. The first few steps were clumsy, packs bouncing, arms flailing for balance. I heard my own breathing loud and fast, and it struck me as the first truly living sound in minutes. We barreled through a curtain of salal and ducked under a dead branch, and then, like a switch being flipped back on, the forest noise returned. A bird called somewhere high and to the right. Another answered. Insects buzzed near my ear. The ordinary world slammed back into place so hard it made me dizzy. The silence was gone behind us, and the smell faded with it, dropping away like a heavy blanket slipping off my shoulders. We didn't stop running until we hit the maintained trail packed dirt, a strip of human certainty through the trees. Ben bent over, hands on his knees, sucking air. Mara stood with her back to a cedar, eyes closed, counting silently by the way her lips moved without sound. I braced my hands on a trail marker post and looked back the way we'd come, from the official trail. The woods looked the way they always look. Layered trunks, filtered afternoon light, ferns and fallen logs. No arches, no movement, no sign of anyone. The smell was gone. The birds didn't care about our fear. A hiker came along from the opposite direction a minute later, earbuds in, smiling at nothing. We stepped aside to let him pass, and he nodded and kept going, unaware that a few yards off trail there was a place where sound could be taken away and thrown back at you in stones. We hiked out without taking any more detours. At the parking lot, we checked our clothes and packs for any odd marks, half expecting to find scratches or hair or mud that didn't belong. There was nothing, just sweat and pine needles and the normal grime of a long walk. Only when I got home and took my boots off did I catch a faint trace of that musky odor on the laces, like it had soaked into them and waited. I washed the laces twice. I aired the boots outside for days. On quiet afternoons when the light slants the same way through trees in my neighborhood, I sometimes think about how fast the forest can change its mind about you, how it can make a boundary without a fence, how it can take away the smallest comforts like birdsong, and leave you with only your own breath to prove you're still there. And I see that woven arch in my head, pale scraped bark, branches locked under tension, a doorway that didn't lead anywhere we were meant to go. I was tying my shoelace when the shadow moved over the sandpit, slow and wrong for a cloudless morning. I remember the grainy grit under my fingers, the smell of dust and sun-baked grass, the way every voice on the yard dipped at once, like someone had turned down a radio. We were on break, mid-morning recess, the time when the teachers stayed inside with their mugs and papers, and we became our own noisy world. Our school sat out in the scrubland, the kind of place where the fence leaned, and the field beyond it looked empty until you noticed how much was alive in it. Termites, brown birds that hopped like they were late for something, wind that carried the dry scent of crushed leaves. The shadow wasn't from a tree. It slid across the open ground in a clean oval, as if something solid had drifted between us and the sun. I stood up and squinted toward the fence, and dozens of heads turned the same way. In the field beyond the soccer posts, a bright object hung low, catching the light so hard it hurt. Silver, but not the silver of a spoon. It looked like metal that had swallowed the sky. At first, people thought it was a plane coming down. Someone pointed and ran toward the fence. Then another. Then all of us. A tide of small bodies pressing forward. Bare knees, untucked shirts, lunch crumbs on our lips. It lowered without wobbling. No smoke. No sound that matched what my eyes insisted was happening. There was a hush inside the hush, like the world itself had listened. It touched the field as lightly as a seed pod landing, and the grass under it flattened in a neat circle. Up close, the craft was too simple to make sense. A smooth, rounded shape with no seams where you'd expect doors, no windows, nothing to grab onto. It reflected us in warped little ghosts. When I leaned my forehead to the fence wire, I could see my own face stretched long, my eyes too big, my mouth open. We were not alone at the fence. There were more than 60 of us there, from the youngest who still sucked their fingers to the older ones who pretended not to be afraid of anything. We jostled, but gently, as if pushing might make it vanish. The first change was in the air. A sharp, clean smell, like stones after rain, even though there had been no rain. The hairs on my arms stood up. My tongue tasted like I'd licked a battery. Then shapes appeared beside the craft, as if they had been waiting in the glare, and only now decided to be seen. They were small at first glance, child-sized but not like us. Their heads looked slightly too large for their bodies. Their skin had a pale cast, not white like paper, more like ash rubbed thin. Long black hair fell straight down, not moving in the breeze. Their eyes were the strangest part. Too large, too dark, not shiny like a goat's eye or a dog's, but deep, as if the light went in and didn't come back. I did not hear a door open. I did not see one. Yet there they were stepping out onto the flattened grass. A few of the littlest children began to cry, thin and confused. Some older ones laughed once, high and brittle, the way you laugh when you trip and want everyone to think you meant it. I could not move my hands from the fence. My fingers had gone stiff around the wire. One of the beings turned its head toward us. The movement was smooth, but too smooth, like a picture sliding, and then the message came. It wasn't a voice in my ears. It arrived inside my head like a picture you suddenly remember, a rush of images so fast I couldn't sort them. But each one clear, trees falling. Not one tree, not a branch snapped by goats, but whole forests going down like grass under a blade. Dark water with a skin of oil. Fish belly up, mouths open. Smoke curling from stacks and settling over houses. The sun turning pale behind it. A hard, bright line of light that cut through a city and left the buildings standing, but empty, as if the people had been erased. Along with the pictures was a feeling, heavy and urgent. Not anger, not sadness exactly, but a kind of warning that made my stomach clench. The sense of stop, the sense of too far, the sense of you are small, but your tools are not small. I blinked, and the field snapped back into view. The silver craft, the flattened grass, the long-haired figure still facing us. The message didn't come only to me. I could tell because I heard the sounds people make when they see something inside themselves. A gasp, a whimper, a sharp intake of breath like swallowing a sob. One boy near me, older than I was, kept rubbing his forearm as if trying to wipe something off it. A girl whispered a prayer under her breath, not loudly enough for a teacher to scold, but loud enough for the fear to have somewhere to go. I felt another surge. Not pictures this time, but a simple idea pressed into me. The way fire can warm a home or burn it down, and how a child playing with matches thinks only of the flame. The beings did not wave. They did not point. They stood and looked, and the looking was like a hand on the back of my neck. I had the odd sense that they could see not only our faces, but the thoughts behind them, that they were touching our minds gently, the way you test if fruit is ripe. My heart hammered so hard I could see my shirt jump. Still, I leaned forward. Not because I was brave, because the whole yard was leaning, pulled like iron filings toward a magnet. One of the beings took a step closer to the fence. The grass did not spring back under its feet the way it did under ours. It stayed pressed, as if the ground held its imprint. In that moment, the recess bell didn't ring. Time did not break the scene into before and after. It simply kept going, smooth and impossible. A teacher's silhouette crossed a classroom window behind us. I saw it, and it made me want to shout to pull them outside by the sleeve. But my throat felt tight, and in my head there was still that heavy warning, that insistence that what we were seeing was not for adults who lived in rooms and schedules. It was for us, because our minds were open in a way theirs were not. Then the beings turned back toward the craft together, like birds moving as one. They crossed the flattened circle of grass. Again, no door appeared, but they were suddenly gone from sight, as if the silver surface swallowed them. The air prickled harder. My teeth ached for a second, as if my jaw had been clamped. A low pressure pressed against my ears without sound. The craft lifted. It rose straight up, slow enough for every child to follow. And then, with no warning, it moved sideways. A clean slide across the sky. No arc, no wobble. One moment it was above the field, the next it was above the tray line, and then it was a bright point shrinking into the blue until it wasn't there at all. Only then did the yard remember how to breathe. Noise rushed back in, messy and overlapping. Children talking over each other, crying, laughing, swearing they'd seen it first, swearing someone had touched the fence and caused it. Hands flapped in the air, making shapes. Eyes darted between the empty field and the classroom windows. We ran to the staff room door and hammered on it with our small fists. When a teacher finally came out, her face tight with irritation that wavered into concern at the sight of so many of us shouting at once, she looked where we pointed. There was only a field, flattened grass. Yes, a circle pressed into it as if something heavy had sat there. But no craft, no beings, no proof that matched our words. She told us to calm down. She told us we'd seen a helicopter maybe, or a small plane, and frightened ourselves with stories. She herded us back into line, still speaking in that voice adults use when they want to close a door on something. Inside the classroom, my hands shook so badly I could not hold my pencil straight. The boy next to me kept staring at his desk as if expecting it to show him the pictures again. When the teacher asked what was wrong, he couldn't answer. How do you explain a thought that wasn't yours? At lunchtime, the story spread beyond our class. By the end of the day, it had reached our parents. Some listened with faces that changed color. Some laughed and called it imagination. Most asked the teachers. The teachers hadn't seen the landing, hadn't seen the beings. And so their version of the day was simple. Children got excited over nothing. We kept insisting. Because the warning inside us did not fade when the craft left. The pictures stayed. Trees falling, water darkening, a bright line of light, a feeling like a hand pushing your chest back from a cliff edge. That night, I wrote what I could in my exercise book. The way you write down a dream before it slips away. I didn't have the words for telepathy. I wrote, they spoke without speaking. I wrote, they showed us. Years later, when I found that old book again, the page still smelled faintly of pencil and dust, and it made my skin prickle the same way it had by the fence. For a long time, the adult's doubt sat on top of our memory like a stone. We grew older under it. We learned when to keep quiet. But the story didn't die. It lived in the way we looked at the scrubland when we passed it, in the way we watched smoke from cooking fires curl into the sky, and felt something tighten inside. Then, years later, researchers came. Not the kind with clipboards who smile and pat your head, but people who listened as if the listening mattered. They asked each of us separately, the ones they could find, and they compared what we said. They mapped the field. They took soil samples where the grass had been flattened. They recorded our drawings from back then, kept by a few parents who hadn't thrown them away. What startled me wasn't that they believed every detail. It was that they treated the day as something real enough to study, even with all its missing pieces. The generational gap that had swallowed our report at the time became part of the story itself. Children outside, adults inside, a moment that happened in the space between supervision and freedom. I'm an adult now. I know how memory can bend. I know how crowds can feed each other a single picture until it becomes solid. I know how the mind can protect itself by turning fear into story, but I also know what it felt like when the message arrived, heavy and clear. Not like a thought I made, but like a thought laid gently into me. I know the taste of metal on my tongue. I know the way the long black hair did not move in the wind. I know that more than 60 children stood at a fence in rural Zimbabwe and watched the same silver thing settle onto the grass. And for a few minutes we were all the same person looking through the same eyes. The field is still there. Scrubland creeping right up to the schoolyard as if it wants to reclaim it. When I picture it, I don't see the craft first. I see the flattened circle of grass and the sun above it, bright and indifferent, and I feel again that urgent pressure like a hand against my chest, pushing me back from whatever edge we're still walking toward. The thing I remember most is how ordinary my hands looked against the glass. Small fingers splayed on a pane that always sweated in late summer. I was standing on a chair because the kitchen window sat high, above the sink, and the countertop was cluttered with a dish rack and a tin of potato peelings. Outside, the fields were already dark in that way. Farmland gets when the sky still holds a little blue, but the ground gives up early. The yard light by the back steps had a moth halo around it, and beyond that everything faded into rows and hedgerows, and the black hump of the barn. I wasn't watching for anything special. I was killing time, waiting for my dad to finish in the mudroom with his boots, and my mom to come in from hanging sheets on the line. Late evening was when the house felt busiest, but also loneliest. Like all the real work happened at the edges of my hearing. The radio in the other room went in and out, and the pipes made their settling sounds. The air smelled like damp soil and dish soap. At first I thought it was a firefly close to the window, a bright point that had wandered in the wrong direction. But it didn't blink. It held its light steady, pale and clean, like the glow inside a jar when you lift the lid. And it wasn't floating, it was standing, small, about my height, maybe shorter, a shape like a person, but too narrow in the shoulders and too neat at the edges, as if someone had cut it out of the dark with a pair of scissors and filled the cutout with light. I could see its outline more than its features. There were arms held close to its sides. There were legs straight and close together. The head was rounded, not big like a cartoon, just smooth, no hair that I could make out, no face either, except that the front of the head seemed a shade brighter, as if it were turned toward the house. I pressed my forehead to the glass and tried to make my eyes do what grown-ups' eyes did, tried to force the blur into sense. The yard light didn't reach that far. This glow was its own. The figure didn't move. It didn't sway like a person standing at rest. It wasn't hunched like a kid sneaking around. It was simply there, upright in the grass, as steady as the fence posts. My chest felt tight in a way I didn't have words for then. I knew enough to be afraid of strangers and coyotes, and the mean bull in the far pasture. I did not know what to do with something that didn't belong to any of those categories. I remember thinking, very calmly, that I needed an adult to look, that if I didn't get someone right away, it would be like the time I saw a deer with antlers stuck in a wire fence, and by the time my dad came, the deer was gone, and he didn't believe me. I ran down the hall so hard the rug bunched behind my heels. I found my dad by the mudroom, still half outside, one boot on and one boot off. Bending to untie the laces with thick fingers, I grabbed his sleeve and tugged until he straightened, and words came out too fast, pointing back toward the kitchen, trying to explain without understanding. He followed me, annoyed at first the way adults get when they think you're making a fuss about nothing. We reached the kitchen. I climbed back onto the chair without being told, planted my hands where they'd been, and pointed through the window with a shaking finger. The spot was empty, only grass, bent in places from the day's wind, and the faint line of the dirt path. The yard light still carried its moth halo. The fields were still darkening. Nothing stood there. Nothing glowed. No shadow moved away. It was as if the yard had never held anything but itself. My dad leaned in, squinting. He opened the back door and stepped onto the stoop, letting the screen slam behind him. Cold air rolled in, smelling of cut hay and something metallic. He looked left and right, checking the corners of the house like he expected a raccoon. I could tell by the set of his shoulders that he saw nothing. That familiar heat rose in my face, the humiliating kind that comes when you realize you might have made it up without meaning to. He came back inside, shut the door, and said it was probably a reflection or a lightning bug or my eyes playing tricks from staring into the dark. He didn't yell. He didn't have to. His certainty did the job. I stood on the chair a moment longer, staring out at the exact patch of grass where the light figure had been. My mind tried to do what his had done, to swap in a simpler explanation. A neighbor kid with a flashlight, a piece of trash caught in the wind. But the memory of that outline, how clean it was, how still, wouldn't fit inside those answers. When my mom came in, carrying the empty clothespin basket, I tried again, quieter, embarrassed, as if I could make it more believable by shrinking it. She wiped her hands on her jeans and looked out the window with me, then patted my shoulder and told me not to scare myself. That should have been the end of it. At that age, most things were forgotten as soon as something else happened. Dinner, homework, the dog wanting to be let out. But later that night, after the dishes were done and my parents were settling into the living room, My dad said he was going to check something outside. He didn't announce it like it mattered. He just grabbed the flashlight in his jacket, the way he did when he remembered a gate might not be latched. I followed him to the back door, drawn by the same stubborn need that had made me run to him in the first place. The air outside had turned cooler. The stars were out, and the fields looked like a black ocean with no waves. The flashlight beam made a hard circle on the ground. My dad walked straight to the area I'd pointed at. Stepping off the dirt path into the grass, he swung the light back and forth. Slow, searching for tracks, for something broken, for anything that would justify the interruption. Then he stopped. Even from the stoop, I could see it. A patch of grass pressed down in a clean oval, like someone had knelt there or set something heavy on it. Not torn up, not scuffed, just flattened. The blades bent in the same direction, smooth as if ironed. The surrounding grass stood up normally, untouched. My dad crouched and ran his hand over it. The flashlight made the flattened spot shine slightly, not from moisture but from the angle of the bent blades. He stayed crouched longer than he needed to. When he finally stood, he didn't look at me right away. He aimed the flashlight around, as if expecting to catch someone watching us from the barn or the hedgerow. The beam touched the side of the house, the windows, the corner by the woodpile. Nothing moved. He told me it could have been the dog lying there, but our dog didn't sleep out front, and besides, the flattening was too tidy, too centered where the thing had stood. I watched my dad's face as he said it, and I saw the thin line of effort he was using to keep the world simple. He walked the perimeter of the yard after that, flashlight in hand, checking the usual places. He didn't find anything else. No prints in the dirt path, no broken stalks, no scent that made the dog bark. The flattened grass remained the only mark, sitting there like a quiet rebuttal. For a couple of days, no one mentioned it. The flattened patch slowly lifted blade by blade as grass does when it's given time. I tried not to stare at it through the window. I tried to be normal, but something about the house had shifted for me, like a nail working loose in a board. The farmhouse was old and full of sounds, and I had always accepted them as part of living there. Now every small noise had a shape. The tapping started the next week. It was late evening again, after supper, when the kitchen light was on and the windows were dark mirrors. We were in different rooms, my mom folding laundry, my dad looking over bills at the table, me on the floor with a book. The dog had settled under the chair, breathing slow. There was a sound from outside that didn't belong to wind or branches, a firm rhythmic tapping against the exterior wall, somewhere near the corner by the pantry. Not a scratch, not the skitter of claws. A deliberate touch, pause, touch again, like someone using a knuckle on wood. My dad froze with his pen midair. My mom stopped folding, a shirt draped over her hands. Even the dog lifted his head. The tapping came again. Same place. Same steady insistence. My dad stood so quickly his chair legs scraped the floor. He went to the back door without speaking, grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam flashed across the kitchen walls, bright and nervous. Before he opened the door, cold air rolled in. The tapping stopped the instant the door moved. My dad stepped onto the stoop and swept the light across the siding where the sound had been. The dog pushed forward, nails ticking on the linoleum, but my dad held him back with a boot. Nothing was there. No animal clinging to the boards. No branch touching the wall. The wind was low, barely stirring the tree line. The flashlight beam made the dust motes in the air look like drifting sparks. My dad walked along the side of the house, following the line of the wall toward the corner. The beam slid over the clapboards and the foundation stones. He checked the ground for holes, for signs of mice, for anything practical. He found nothing. When he came back inside, he shut the door with more force than usual. He tried to laugh it off. He said old houses pop and settle, and sometimes the siding makes noise when it cools. It was the kind of explanation adults reach for when they can't reach anything else. But the tapping didn't behave like the house settling. It didn't come with temperature changes or gusts. It came like a visit. It happened again 2 nights later. on a different wall, near the living room window. We were all there that time, the three of us. The lamp on, the radio low, tap, pause, tap, pause. My mom's eyes went to the window. My dad's jaw tightened. No one said my name. No one accused my imagination. That silence felt heavier than any argument. My dad went outside again. Same result. The sound stopped when he opened the door. The yard offered up only darkness and the familiar outlines of things that had always been there. After that, the tapping moved around the house like it had legs. One night, it was by my bedroom wall, close enough that I sat up in bed with my sheets clutched to my chest, listening to it come and go as if something were testing the boards. Another night, it was down near the foundation, lower, a hollow sound, always in late evening, always with that same measured pace, always stopping the moment someone approached a door or window with the intent to look. My parents started checking the house before bed, walking the perimeter with the flashlight, peering under the eaves, making sure the screens were latched. They didn't say they were doing it because of the tapping. They said it was just smart to be careful out in the country. They tried to make it a routine, something normal, but I watched their faces when the sound came. I watched how my mom held her breath. I watched how my dad stood a little closer to the windows than he used to, shoulders squared as if posture could protect us. The farmhouse, which had always felt like a solid thing planted in the earth, began to feel like a lantern someone could walk up to and touch. The tapping lasted on and off for a month. Not every night, not predictable, just often enough that we couldn't forget, and rarely enough that we couldn't prove. We never saw the glowing figure again. My dad never found another flattened patch of grass. No one in the family ever caught anything in the flashlight beam except dust and insects and the pale sheen of the clapboards. Eventually, the night stretched on without the sound, and the tension in the house eased the way a muscle relaxes after being clenched too long. School started. The fields changed color. Life absorbed the weirdness the way it absorbs everything. But even now, years later, I can still picture that small shape standing in the grass, lit from within, facing the kitchen window as if it knew exactly where I would be. And I can still hear the tapping, not loud, not violent, just patient, moving along the outside of the house like fingertips, searching for the place where the light gets in. The first time I saw it, it wasn't on the ground at all. It was on my laptop, a pale scar in a field of tan pixels, the kind of thing your eyes slide past until some older part of your brain insists you stop. I'd been hired to help a small desert heritage program update their site inventory. Nothing glamorous, a lot of driving, a lot of sun, a lot of dust that found its way into sealed cases and between the pages of my notebooks anyway. I worked mostly with remote imagery at night, and walked transects in the day, tagging coordinates, photographing stone rings, noting the quiet vandalism of tire tracks. That evening, I was alone in the cinder block office they'd given me. One room, one desk, a water cooler that made ice exactly once and then never again. The air conditioner rattled like it resented me for asking. On the screen, the desert looked flattened and endless, as if it had been ironed. A shape resolved under my cursor. 2 circles, too round to be chance. A line straight, deliberate, rising from what could only be a head. And beneath that, a body with wavy, serpent-like appendages that curled outward as though they'd been drawn by a hand that loved rhythm. I zoomed out, zoomed further. The entire figure came into view, frontal, as if it were lying on its back and staring directly up at whatever passed overhead. The scale bar at the bottom of the screen made my throat tighten. 45 meters long. Not a trail. Not erosion. Not a dry wash. Someone had cleared that into the desert on purpose, and not for the people walking below. It was a message made to be read from above. I took a screenshot and saved it with the date, then stared at it long enough for the office to feel too small. The circles of the eyes were almost comical in their simplicity. But the longer I looked, the less playful they seemed. The eyes didn't need lashes or pupils. Their blankness was the point. They were there to be seen, and they were seeing back. I sent the image to Mara, the program manager, with a plain subject line, potential geoglyph unrecorded. I kept my description clinical because I didn't want to sound like I was chasing ghosts in the sand. When I hit send, the internet hiccuped and the email sat in the outbox longer than it should have. Outside, the desert night had no real edges. The sky was a black bowl. The office door stuck as always. When I stepped onto the gravel, the sound under my boots seemed too loud, like the ground was listening. The next morning, Mara didn't laugh. She didn't look skeptical. She leaned over my laptop, eyes narrowed, and held her breath in a way I recognized from my own first sighting. "We've got old mentions of a big figure out there," she said finally. "Careful. But no coordinates, no ground verification. People hear things and they turn into stories." "What kind of stories?" She shrugged, and the movement was tired. "Depends who you ask. Some say it's a marker. Some say it's a warning. Some say it's a watcher." She let the last word sit without dressing it up. Then she straightened and slid a paper permit packet toward me like it weighed more than paper should. "We need to confirm it," she said. "Document, photograph, then we lock down the location and keep it out of social media. If it's what it looks like, it'll draw people. People did more damage than weather ever managed." Weather at least was honest. People came with pry bars and spray paint and a hunger to leave their mark on something older than their own impatience. I drove out with a driver from the program, a quiet man named Luis, who knew the desert the way sailors know currents. We didn't talk much. The road dropped from pavement to graded dirt to nothing that deserved a name. The land was so flat it made distance lie. A low ridge looked close until an hour passed, and it didn't grow. We parked where the GPS told us to, but the desert didn't announce anything. No sign, no monument, just open space, scrub, and the hard glitter of stones that had sat in the sun long enough to become part of it. "Is it here?" Luis asked. "It should be," I said, already slipping the drone case from the back seat. I'd learned not to trust the human eye with big things. From the ground, the largest works vanished into their own scale. You could stand on a line and never see the shape it belonged to. The drone rose with a thin whine, steadied itself, and climbed. On the controller screen, the ground pulled back and details clicked into place. At first, all I saw were variations in texture, different tones where stones had been moved. Then the face appeared, 2 large circular eyes, clean-edged and pale against the darker gravel. Between them, a broad shape that implied a nose without needing one. Above the head, a vertical column emerged, straight, intentional, like a staff or antenna or a spine reaching for the sky. Below, the torso widened and gave way to wavy extensions that rippled outward like serpents in a frozen dance. Frontal, direct, unmistakable. The longer the drone climbed, the more the figure seemed to settle into its own authority. It wasn't decorative. It wasn't random. It had the kind of composition you saw in symbols meant to hold attention. Icons, seals, figures drawn on temple walls to face the crowd. Except there was no crowd here. I recorded video, took stills, noted coordinates, and kept my hand steady even as my skin prickled. The geoglyph wasn't carved deep. It was made by subtraction, by clearing surface stones to expose lighter soil beneath. That made it vulnerable. It also made it odd that it had survived at all. Arid desert can preserve, but it also shifts. Wind moves sand like water moves silt. A few storms, a few decades, and subtle lines should soften. These lines stayed sharp. Louis stood beside me, watching my face more than the screen. I realized I'd stopped breathing. "It looks like it's looking at you," he said quietly. "It's looking up," I corrected, and didn't like how defensive my voice sounded. We walked toward the edge of it, careful not to step on any cleared sections. From the ground, the eyes were just patches of exposed earth. 2 pale ovals that meant nothing until you backed away far enough. The column was a long, narrow lane of cleared ground. The serpentine appendages a series of wavy paths. Standing near the torso, I couldn't see the whole. I could only see lines that had no obvious function. No irrigation channel, no boundary, no corral. Nothing practical. A non-functional geoglyph, made to persist. I crouched at the edge of one wavy line. and ran my gloved fingers across the surface. The stones were different sizes, deliberately shifted. Whoever built this had done so with patience, aligning edges, maintaining consistent widths. They would have needed coordination, people spaced out, someone guiding from a higher point, maybe a nearby rise, maybe a scaffold, maybe a simple method of measured chords and sight lines. Ancient creators with a plan, laying down a form that would outlast their own bodies. I tried to picture them, workers under a brutal sun, passing stones hand to hand, clearing the desert skin to reveal the paler layer beneath. They wouldn't have been thinking about my drone. They would have been thinking about the sky, about something above that mattered enough to justify the work. Not gods, I told myself. Not in the way people like to leap to. Authority could be social. Spiritual authority could be a shared agreement that certain shapes held power, because everyone treated them as if they did. A symbol could govern behavior without any supernatural force behind it. Still, kneeling there, I felt the weight of their intent like heat. Mara called while we were still in the field. Her voice crackled, then cleared. "Keep the location quiet," she said. "We'll file it under restricted coordinates." I'm looping in 2 researchers, one from the university, one from the National Registry. They'll want context, dating, comparisons. Comparisons, I echoed, looking at the eyes. To what? Other geoglyphs. Other iconography. Anything. That night, back in the office, I uploaded the data and built a preliminary report. I added the measurements, the imagery, the likely construction method, the state of preservation. When I saved the file, I used the internal template code the program had recently adopted. A dull bureaucratic label meant to keep documents consistent. Dant there, bang. The tag sat there in my text, like a barcode on something sacred. It irritated me and I left it anyway. The researchers arrived 2 days later. They were precise in the way people become when their job requires them to keep all at arm's length. Dr. Havel from the university had sunburned hands and a calm that made everything sound manageable. The registry representative, Klein, carried a rugged tablet and spoke in policy language even when she was pointing at sand. We returned to the site in convoy. We flew the drone again. We mapped the perimeter. We took soil samples at the edges to avoid disturbing the cleared lines. We photographed from ground level and from a nearby low ridge where the shape made a little more sense. From that ridge, the face truly emerged, and the eyes seemed to anchor the whole landscape. The desert wasn't empty anymore. It was framed. Dr. Havel squinted at the vertical column. "That's interesting," he murmured, mostly to himself. "A staff? A plume? A conduit? It's almost like an axis." "Axis of what?" I asked. "Hard to say." He tapped his notebook. "In some traditions, the head element marks connection between earth and sky, between community and authority. Or it could be purely stylistic." Klein pointed at the wavy appendages. "Serpents," she said. "Water, maybe. Cycles. Except there's no water," Luis said. He sounded as though he didn't trust any of us to remember where we were. "Now there isn't," Dr. Havel replied, and his gaze slid out across the flats. "But symbols persist past environments, or they're meant to call something back." We all heard the implication, even if he didn't mean it to land as it did. I went back to the drone feed. From above, the figure was strongest, clearest. The frontal orientation made it feel confrontational. It didn't profile itself politely. It faced the sky, that night alone again. I compared the geoglyph's alignment to sunrise and sunset angles, to seasonal shifts, to the path of the moon at its extremes. I wasn't hunting for mysticism. I was hunting for pattern. But patterns have a way of turning into meaning when you stare too long. The column from the head pointed toward a corridor of open sky. That on certain months lined up with a particular set of stars. Not perfectly, not neatly, close enough that my brain wanted to complete the thought. I told myself it was coincidence. The desert is full of angles. You can make anything align if you try hard enough. Then my phone, lying face down on the desk, lit up with a notification tone I hadn't heard in years. A sound from an old system update. The screen showed no message, It was just bright, like it had woken for no reason. When I picked it up, the brightness dropped, and the device went back to sleep. I sat there with it in my hand, waiting for the rational explanation to arrive. It didn't. Over the next week, the geoglyph began to seep into everything we did. Mara pushed for immediate protective measures. A buffer zone, a discreet fence line, far enough out not to intrude, signage that didn't advertise. Klein began the paperwork to add it to the registry under restricted access. Dr. Havel contacted colleagues about comparative motifs, large circular eyes, serpent forms, frontal figures with head elements that read as authority. Every conversation circled the same problem. Why would an ancient culture create a massive image that did nothing, produced nothing, sheltered no one, and was best understood only from above? The simplest answer was ceremony. A community could build a symbol as an offering, a marker for seasons, a statement of identity for forces they believed watched them. It could be spiritual without being supernatural, authority without coercion. A shape could say, "We are here, and we know you are there." Communication across time, too. They may not have expected anyone to see it from the sky. They may have expected their descendants to climb the ridge and remember. Or they may have been sending something outward, not to us, but to whatever they imagined traveled above. Modern interpretation was its own kind of distortion. We brought drones, satellites, metadata, and we acted as if clarity could be extracted the way we extracted images. We named it, categorized it, filed it. We preserved it, and in doing so we also claimed it. The way people claim things by placing them behind glass. I told myself that was all it was. Work, until the day we brought in a small plane for aerial photographs. It wasn't my decision. The program had a partnership with a pilot who did survey runs, and they wanted oblique shots in better resolution than the drone could manage. I sat in the back seat with my camera braced against the window, listening to the engine's steady grind. When the pilot banked and the desert rotated beneath us, the geoglyph slid into view, and my stomach dropped as if the plane had lost altitude. From that height, it didn't just look like a drawing. The circular eyes were open, the column rising like a signal, the serpent lines unfurling as if caught mid-motion. The frontal stare locked onto the plane's shadow as it skimmed over the sand. I knew it couldn't see. I knew it was soil and stones and human intention long dried into a pattern. But the feeling of being noticed was physical, like a hand on the back of my neck. My camera clicked. The shutter sounded wrong in my ears, too sharp, like a noise you make in a quiet church. The pilot's radio crackled with static. For a few seconds, a thin tone threaded through it. High, constant, almost like feedback. The pilot frowned and adjusted a knob. The tone vanished. He said something to ground control that I couldn't make out, and then the radio behaved again. We passed over the figure once more. The plane's shadow slid across the face and moved off. In that moment, the simplest thought arrived. Cold and clear. This is what it was made for. Not the plane. Not the drone. Not me. The act of being seen from above. The confirmation. Over and over that something in the sky acknowledged it. Sun, moon, migrating birds. The changing light itself. A conduit for cycles. A symbol that didn't need to function in our sense because its function was to hold a relationship between ground and whatever passed overhead. When we landed, I didn't mention the radio tone. I didn't mention the way my hands shook while I packed the camera. Everyone was already busy turning images into deliverables. Weeks later, after the paperwork started moving, and the site was officially designated for protection, we went out one last time to install the first discrete boundary markers. No fence yet, just low posts set far out, meant more as a warning to vehicles than a barrier to determined people. The desert was quiet in the way it always pretended to be. Wind moved through scrub, heat shimmered, the geoglyph lay beyond us, invisible from where we stood, because that was its nature. From the ground, it hid in plain sight. Before we left, I walked alone to the edge of the nearest cleared line, and stopped. I didn't step onto it. I didn't touch it. I just stood close enough to see the contrast between dark stones and pale soil. I tried to imagine the hands that made that contrast. I tried to imagine what they wanted. who they thought would receive it, whether they believed authority came from above, or whether they simply needed a symbol big enough to hold their community's attention. The wind shifted, and for a moment the faintest trick of dust moved along the cleared path as if tracing it. A line drawn by the living, held by the dead, read by machines, preserved by paperwork, and still looking upward with those empty eyes. I backed away carefully, keeping my boots on undisturbed gravel, and the desert swallowed my footprints almost immediately. From the ridge, before we drove off, I turned and looked one last time at the place where the figure lay. I still couldn't see it from here. I could only picture it in my mind, perfect and frontal, waiting for whatever came next from above, its gaze fixed on a sky that never answered in words, only in passing shadows. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the marsh went, like someone had cupped a hand over the whole shoreline and pressed down. It was late morning in August, bright enough that the salt grass looked bleached at the tips, and I was halfway down the boardwalk with my field notebook open, when the gulls stopped squabbling and the fiddler crabs disappeared, as if they'd been snapped back into the mud. I had come to the coastal state park to finish a summer survey on marsh edge mammals and shorebird nesting pressure, the kind of work that is mostly patience and heat shimmer, and the occasional thrill of something small, behaving in a way you can measure. My siblings tagged along because they were in town for the week and wanted a nature day. I agreed because the park's salt marsh sits in a shallow bowl between dunes and a line of scrubby pine, and it's hard to hate a place that smells like sun-warmed seaweed and brine. We were approaching the spur that overlooks the widest stretch of mudflat when my brother slowed. He lifted a finger, not shushing us with drama, just a reflex I'd seen in him since we were kids spotting deer in the backyard. My sister, already flushed from the walk, leaned on the railing and stared out across the channels that laced the marsh like veins. At first, what caught my eye was a vertical shape where there shouldn't be one. The mudflat was open, broken only by grass islands and a few weathered stumps. Then the shape moved one step, then another, and it wasn't a stump. It wasn't a person either, not at that distance, and not with the proportions my brain kept trying to correct. The figure stood near a bend in the main tidal channel, ankle deep in brackish water. It was tall, taller than any human I'd worked with in the field, and it was covered in dark hair that took on a reddish cast when the sun struck it. The shoulders were broad and sloped, the arms long enough that the hands hung low against the thighs. The head sat forward, not tucked like a man's, but carried as if the neck were built to hold it differently. The legs looked thick through the hair, and the feet, what I could see of them, were wide, pressing into the mud with a weight that left deep, clean impressions. I didn't say anything right away. I learned early in my career that the mind is eager to turn uncertainty into a story. Wind becomes a voice. A shadow becomes a predator. A smudge on a lens becomes a rare bird. I had trained myself to breathe and inventory what I was actually seeing. Daylight, clear air, no fog. Distance maybe 200 yards, give or take, across the mudflat from our boardwalk. No other people in that section of marsh. The nearest trailhead was behind us, and we hadn't passed anyone for 15 minutes. The figure was not wearing clothing. There were no bright colors, no angular lines, nothing that suggested a costume. The hair lay in uneven sheets down the back, clumped in places as if damp. The torso was barrel-shaped. When it shifted its weight, the skin and hair moved as a single mass, not fabric. I pulled my phone out without thinking, then remembered it was a mediocre camera at that range. Still, something was better than nothing. I braced my elbows against the railing, zoomed until the image broke into pixels and recorded anyway. My brother did the same. My sister whispered my name once, then fell quiet, her knuckles whitening on the rail. The figure paused. It turned its head slowly, not snapping toward us like a startled hiker might, but angling as if it had heard a sound and was deciding whether it mattered. The face was too far for detail, but the profile looked blunt, with a heavy brow ridge. It stood there in full sun, and I felt a peculiar, unscientific certainty settle in me. It knew the difference between being seen and being observed. I lowered my phone and looked with my eyes again. The animal, because animal was the most honest word I had. lifted one arm and touched the side of its head, a gesture that made my stomach clench. Not scratching like a bear, more like checking something or listening. It stepped up onto a grass island, mud pulling at its feet, and the motion was smooth. No limp, no exaggerated swagger, just a bipedal gait with a longer stride than a man's. Folklore has a way of living in places like this. Every region has its names and stories, and even if you don't believe them, you learn the shape of them. In this state, the old-timers call it different things depending on which side of the bay you're on, but everyone knows the shorthand, big, hairy, human-like, the kind of story people tell after a few beers at a dockside bar, smiling as if the smiling makes it less serious. Standing on that boardwalk, sweat trickling down my spine. I didn't feel like smiling. The animal moved along the channel's edge, occasionally bending at the waist to look into the water. Once it reached down and lifted something, maybe a clump of eelgrass, maybe a crab trap line that had washed loose. It held it for a moment, then let it fall. When it straightened, its back muscles rolled under the hair. That detail, the simple biomechanics, hit me harder than anything else. Costumes don't move like that, not unless the person inside is built like a competitive powerlifter and willing to cook in August sun for a prank. My sister tugged my sleeve, a small, desperate motion. Her eyes were wide and wet. She didn't speak, and I was grateful. Dialogue would have made it feel like a scene. Silence made it real. I scanned the rest of the marsh for context. No ATV tracks, no nearby boat, no obvious access route where a person could have walked in unseen. The mud flat between us and the figure was soft and open, a wide sheet that would record every step. If someone had trudged out there, we would have seen the trail like a line drawn with a stick. The animal stopped again, this time facing the dune line. It stood very still, and for a moment I thought it had become a statue. Then I saw its chest rise and fall, slow and deep. The world around it stayed frozen. The grass barely moved. The water barely rippled. Even the insects seemed to hold their breath. I felt a sharp urge to do what I always do when something doesn't fit. Close the distance, collect better data, solve it. It's the impulse that makes field biologists lean toward rattlesnakes with a hook and a grin. But another part of me, a part older than my degree, recognized that I was looking at something that did not want me closer. A sound came then, and it wasn't a roar or a scream, nothing theatrical. It was a single low exhale, like air pushed through a deep chest. I heard it more than I felt it, a soft note that didn't carry far. The animal turned its head toward the dune again, as if the sound had been an answer, and then it began to walk, not back the way it came but toward a narrow gap where the marsh met the scrub pines. We watched it go. My phone kept recording, my hands trembling enough that the horizon jittered on the screen. As it crossed a patch of open mud, it left a set of prints so clear I could see the edges from the boardwalk. The toes looked splayed, not like a boot. The stride length was long, the feet lifted with a slow, sticky pull, mud resisting, then releasing. When it reached the grass line near the trees, it paused and looked back. I can't prove that it looked at us. Its eyes were too far, but the angle of its head, the stillness of its body, made my skin prickle. The next thing it did was the closest thing to a warning we received. It stepped behind a clump of marsh reeds and simply ceased to be visible, swallowed by a curtain of green that shouldn't have been thick enough to hide something that large. That's when the fear finally came up to meet me. It didn't come as panic. Not at first. It came as a cold, practical thought. If we walked out there to check prints, we would be stepping into its space, and it would know exactly where we were. My brother exhaled hard and finally spoke. One quick sentence, more to himself than to us. He asked what it was. I didn't answer. My sister made a small sound in her throat that could have been a laugh if it wasn't so strained. We moved back along the boardwalk without running, because running would have been an admission that we'd lost control. We passed an interpretive sign about marsh resilience, the words bright and cheerful against weathered wood, and the contrast made me nauseous. At the visitor center, the air conditioning hit us like a wall. A ranger at the desk looked up with the polite patience of someone used to sunburned tourists, asking about tides. I told him as evenly as I could that we had seen a large bipedal animal in the salt marsh, that it appeared covered in hair, that it left clear tracks, and that we had video, though not high quality. I did not say the folklore word. I said unidentified primate-like mammal, because that was the most accurate phrase I could manage without my voice cracking. The ranger's expression didn't change much, but his eyes sharpened. He asked where. Exactly. I showed him on a map. He nodded, wrote something down, and told us he would file a report. His tone had the practiced calm of someone who has heard strange things before and has learned not to mock them, because mocking invites trouble. He asked if we were willing to speak with the park biologist. I said yes, and within 20 minutes, a woman in sun-faded khakis met us near the maintenance door. She introduced herself briskly, then asked for specifics: distance, lighting, direction of movement, size estimate, behavior. She asked to see the video. She watched it twice, once with her face neutral, once with her brow furrowed. Then she asked to see our raw files, not just the playback. When my brother offered his recording too, she accepted without hesitation. We drove back out to the boardwalk with her and another staff member who carried a small kit: measuring tape, camera, flagging, the tools of someone who lives in the real world of tracks and scat and paperwork. The sun was higher now, and the marsh had resumed its noise. The gulls argued again. The crabs resurfaced. It was as if the quiet had been a localized event, a pocket of silence that had folded up and been put away. We stayed on the boardwalk until we reached the spot closest to the prints. From there, with binoculars, we could see them. A staggered line across the mud, still crisp at the edges. The staff member climbed down carefully, stepping onto firmer patches, and approached without breaking the impressions. He took photos, measured the length and width, placed a scale marker beside one print, and worked with a focus that made my throat tighten. No jokes, no eye roll, no probably a bear, just documentation. The park biologist kept her voice low, practical. She said the track morphology was unusual. She said the stride length didn't fit a human in boots. She said the combination of video, multiple witnesses, and physical evidence made it highly reliable. And the phrase landed like a stone in my chest because it was exactly what I would have said about someone else's data. She told us she would notify her supervisor and forward everything through the proper channels. She asked us to email our written statements and the original files. She also asked gently if we were comfortable not posting about it publicly until the park completed an internal review for visitor safety. I agreed, because at that point I still believed that institutions respond to good evidence. I went home and wrote the report the way I write any field note: time, date, conditions, observers, behavior, location coordinates, sketches of what I remembered. I attached my video. My siblings did the same. Over the next week, the park biologist emailed once to confirm receipt, then again to ask a follow-up question about the animal's direction of travel. I answered within an hour, then nothing. 2 weeks passed, then 4. Summer rolled towards September, and my own project deadlines crowded in, but the sighting sat in the back of my mind like a splinter I couldn't reach. I emailed the ranger station to ask if there had been any findings. No response. I called and left a message. No return call. When I finally got a person on the line, a different ranger told me politely that they couldn't comment on ongoing matters, and suggested I submit a formal records request if I wanted documentation. I did. I filed the request with the state agency, attached my original report number, and waited. The reply came weeks later in a dry templated email. No responsive records beyond the initial incident report. No mention of photographs. No mention of measurements. No mention of the park biologist's highly reliable assessment. It was as if the follow-up had never existed. I reached out to the park biologist directly and got an automated out-of-office response that repeated for days, then stopped. I tried again later and received no answer. I searched the agency's public incident logs. Nothing. I asked a colleague, another field biologist who consults with state parks, if she'd heard any talk. She hadn't, but when I described what we saw, her face changed in a way I recognized. The expression scientists wear when something threatens to tip from curiosity into consequence. Institutional apathy is too gentle a phrase for what it feels like when evidence meets a closed door. It isn't just being ignored, it's being quietly instructed through silence to doubt your own senses. The system doesn't say you're wrong, it simply refuses to acknowledge that you spoke. Sometimes, late at night, I replay the video frame by frame, pausing on the moments where the figure's shoulder rotates or where the foot lifts and the mud stretches like taffy before snapping free. The image is grainy, the shape imperfect, but the memory behind it is clean. The weight in the air, the sudden hush, the way my siblings stopped being tourists and became witnesses. I went back to the marsh once more that fall, alone, telling myself it was for my own work. The boardwalk was damp with morning mist, and the tide was in, covering the mudflat where the prints had been. Everything looked ordinary. Families walked with strollers. A man cast a line from a pier. The interpretive sign about resilience still shone its cheerful words. I stood at the railing where we had stood in August and watched the salt grass ripple in the breeze. The marsh gave me nothing. No movement, no hush, no sign that the world had ever held a figure like that in full daylight. But when I leaned closer, breathing in the brine and rot and green life, I caught a different smell for an instant, faint and musky, like wet fur warmed by sun, and it was gone before I could convince myself it had been there at all. I stayed until my legs cramped, forcing myself to observe like I always do, to separate what is real from what is wanted. The tide kept moving, the gulls kept arguing, the reeds kept swaying, and somewhere beyond the visible channels, behind the curtain of grass that shouldn't be thick enough to hide anything, I pictured that broad back slipping between pine shadows, leaving prints that would fill with water before anyone with authority decided they mattered. At 11:30 p.m., I was kneeling on the hallway carpet with a screwdriver between my teeth, trying to tighten the loose knob on the linen closet before my mom noticed. The house was quiet in the way suburban houses get when the TV is off and everyone has finally stopped moving. I remember the exact time because my phone screen kept going dark, and each time I tapped it awake the lock screen flashed 11:30 like it was insisting I pay attention. That's when the laughter started. It wasn't down the street or outside. It was inside the house, close enough that the sound had walls around it. It came from my little brother's room. He was asleep. I froze with my hand on the closet knob. The laughter wasn't a chuckle or a snort. It rolled out in a thin, manic stream, like someone trying to stifle it and failing. It had a bright edge to it, too sharp to be a dream sound. I stood slowly, bare feet flat on the carpet, and listened. The laugh didn't move. It didn't fade like a TV in another room. It stayed planted in my brother's room, as if the sound itself had a body sitting on his bed. I walked down the hall on my toes and stopped at his door. His nightlight leaked a pale stripe under the bottom edge. The laughter kept going. I put my palm against the door, feeling the faint vibration of sound, and eased it open. The room smelled like laundry detergent and the cheap plastic of his action figures. My brother was on his side, mouth open, breathing heavy. The laughter was still there, filling the air, but his face didn't change. His eyelids didn't flutter. He didn't jerk, didn't grin, didn't do anything a sleeping kid does when they're dreaming hard. I stepped closer, watching his chest rise and fall. The laughter hit my ears and my skin at the same time, like static. I leaned in until my face was inches from his pillow. I could see the tiny dried line of drool at the corner of his mouth, and then as suddenly as a switch, the laughter stopped. The silence afterward felt too big for the room. I held my breath, waiting for it to start again, but all I heard was my brother's breathing and the faint hum of the house. In the hall behind me, the linen closet door I'd been fixing creaked, like someone had pressed a finger into it and let go. I backed out of my brother's room and shut the door without making a sound. In the hallway, the closet door was still, the knob hanging crooked again even though I'd just tightened it. I put my hand on it and it wobbled loosely like it had never been touched. I told myself I'd imagine the laugh because I was tired. I told myself my brother had laughed in his sleep and my brain had made it bigger. I went back to my room, sat on my bed and watched my phone tick over to 11:41. At 11:43, the downstairs television turned on by itself. It wasn't loud at first, just that sudden glow under the living room door and a wash of light creeping up the stairwell. Then the sound came through, a late-night infomercial voice, bright and cheerful like it had been waiting. I stared at my doorway, waiting for my dad to yell at me to turn it off. Nobody yelled. I got up and moved toward the stairs. Halfway down, the TV cut off. The light disappeared. I took another step, and it clicked back on again, louder this time, as if someone had turned the volume up to make sure I heard. When I reached the bottom, the living room was empty. The TV showed a smiling man holding a blender. The remote sat on the coffee table where it always sat, pointed the wrong direction. I picked it up and pressed the power button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. The screen went black, then came right back on, like my input didn't matter. Behind me, in the kitchen, the faucet snapped on. Water hammered into the stainless steel sink, hard enough to splash onto the counter. I spun around and saw the handle in the off position. The water ran anyway. Then it shut off by itself, leaving the sink dripping and my heartbeat loud in my ears. I stood there long enough to feel ridiculous. Then the faucet turned on again, a quick burst, and off, like someone tapping a finger. I checked the handle, I checked under the sink for leaks, for loose hoses, for anything that made sense. My hand shook from adrenaline and cold water. I kept thinking about the laugh coming from my brother's room while he slept like a stone. My parents didn't wake. My brother didn't wake. The house did everything except act like a normal house. The next day, everyone was fine. My brother complained about cereal. My dad left for work. My mom joked about the TV turning itself on because our house was old and moody, which it isn't. It's a beige vinyl-sided place built in the late 90s, one of 100 like it, with a 2-car garage and a yard that never looks wild no matter how long we ignore it. By the afternoon, I was sure the night before would blur into a weird memory. Then, at 3:12 p.m., while I was microwaving leftover pizza, the kitchen faucet turned on again. The handle didn't move. The water ran, clean and steady, and shut off after 3 seconds. I stared at it, waiting for an explanation to walk in, wearing a badge and carrying a toolkit. Nothing came. Over the next few days, it happened at different times. A lamp would blink once like a wink. The TV would turn on to a channel no one watched, then shut off mid-sentence. The faucet would tap on and off in bursts that weren't random enough to feel like a pressure issue. At night, I would hear soft shuffling from the guest room even though it was empty, like someone dragging socks across carpet, pausing, dragging again. Each time I checked, the room would be still, the bed would be made, the closet door would be closed, the air would smell stale and unused. I tried to make it normal. I told myself the plumbing was sensitive. I told myself the TV was glitching. I told myself the shuffling was the house settling, even though our floors don't creak like that. And the sound always came from the center of the room, not the walls. I started leaving small tests. I set the TV remote on the kitchen counter and took a picture of it, then checked if it moved. I laid a piece of paper towel under the faucet to see if the water was leaking when it tapped on. I stacked my brother's toy cars in a line in the guest room doorway to see if anything disturbed them. The cars stayed lined up. The remote stayed put. The faucet stayed dry until it didn't. The only test that changed was the one I didn't set up on purpose. One night, close to midnight, I woke up to the sound of something sliding across the hardwood downstairs. It wasn't a creak. It was a scrape. Slow and careful, followed by a series of soft bumps. I sat up in bed, heart punching against my ribs, and listened. The scrape stopped. Then came the shuffling again. Not upstairs this time, but down below, moving from the living room toward the kitchen, like someone trying not to be heard. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and went to my bedroom door. The hallway was dark. The air felt cooler than it should have. I could hear the refrigerator humming, steady and normal, and beneath it a faint irregular sound like objects touching each other. I went down the stairs slowly, keeping the light pointed ahead. At the bottom, the living room looked normal. The TV was off. The curtains were drawn. The coffee table was empty except for the remote and a stack of mail. Nothing out of place. In the kitchen, the faucet turned on the moment I stepped onto the tile. It ran for 1 second and shut off. The sink dripped. My flashlight beam bounced off the chrome handle. The handle hadn't moved. A hard, cold thought formed behind my eyes. It's reacting. I didn't say that out loud. I didn't say anything. I stood there with the light trembling in my hand and waited, listening to the drip slow down. From the guest room, the shuffling started again, louder now, as if whatever was in there had decided hiding was pointless. The sound traveled along the carpet in short bursts. Something bumped the wall, then something else. Lighter, like a handful of small items being pushed across a table. I walked to the guest room doorway and aimed the light inside. The room was empty. No one crouched behind the bed. No shadow slid behind the dresser. No window was open. The carpet was flat and clean. No footprints. No dented path. The toy cars I'd lined up earlier were still in their neat row at the threshold, undisturbed, but the sound kept going, right in the middle of the room, as if an invisible person were sorting through invisible drawers. I backed away. I went upstairs and sat on my bed with the door closed, trying to slow my breathing. I pulled up the notes app on my phone and typed everything down, timestamped, because it felt safer to have it written. I saved the entry under a file name I wouldn't forget, and I even dropped a weird little marker in it because part of me wanted proof that I'd made a record at all, not just a story my mind would reshape later. The next weekend, I had 2 friends over. Malik and Jenna were the kind of people who laughed at ghost videos and dared each other to walk into dark rooms. I didn't use words like haunted. I told them the house was acting glitchy and asked them to stay late. If something happened, I wanted witnesses. If nothing happened, I wanted to feel stupid in front of someone else, so I could stop thinking about it. We stayed up in the living room with the lights low and a game console on. My parents went to bed around 10. My brother had already been asleep for an hour, dead to the world, his door shut. The house felt ordinary for a while. Malik trash-talked. Jenna scrolled on her phone between rounds. I started to relax. At 11:28 p.m., the TV flickered. At 11:30, the screen went black and came back on to a different input, one we weren't using. There was no picture, just gray static crawling across the display. The console still glowed, still powered, but the TV ignored it. Malik sat up straighter. Jenna stopped scrolling. At 11:31, the kitchen faucet turned on. We all heard it from the couch. The sudden rush of water in the sink. Jenna's head snapped toward the kitchen like she'd been waiting for it. Malik muted the controller in his hands without looking down. The faucet shut off after a few seconds. The TV static continued. No one spoke. The silence felt loaded, like the house was holding its breath with us. Then the laughter came again. It drifted from upstairs, from my brother's room, the same bright manic laugh that had cut through the hallway days before. It didn't sound like a kid giggling. It sounded like someone older trying to keep it quiet and failing. Malik's eyes went wide. Jenna's mouth opened a little, then closed. I stood up so fast my knees cracked. I motioned for them to follow without talking, and we moved up the stairs in a tight cluster, my phone flashlight casting a shaky circle ahead. The laughter continued behind my brother's door. I pushed the door open. My brother lay asleep in the same position I'd seen before, mouth open, breathing heavy. His face was slack and peaceful. The laughter filled the room anyway, as if it belonged to the air itself. Jenna stepped in behind me and held her hand out, palm up, like she could catch the sound. Malik stayed at the threshold staring at my brother. The laughter stopped. The sudden silence hit so hard it made my ears ring. My brother didn't stir, he didn't even swallow. We backed out of the room and shut the door. Slow and careful. In the hallway, the overhead light flicked on and off once. Just once, like a blink. We stood there in the dark, 3 teenagers breathing too loudly, trying to find the adult part of our brains that could make a plan. That's when the command came. It didn't come through our ears. There was no sound, no whisper, no vibration. It arrived fully formed inside my head, as clear as a sentence I'd read 100 times, spoken in a flat metallic tone that didn't belong to any voice I'd ever heard. Go downstairs. Is one down? My body reacted before I could think. My foot shifted toward the stairs. My hand tightened around my phone. The words were there again, the same tone, the same cold certainty, and I could feel it press against my thoughts like a thumb. Malik flinched and grabbed the banister. Jenna's eyes unfocused for half a second, like she was listening to someone on a call only she could hear. Neither of them spoke, but I saw it on their faces at the same time. I felt it in mine. We were all receiving the same thing. Malik's lips moved soundlessly, shaping the words as if he couldn't stop himself. Jenna swallowed hard, her throat working. The hallway seemed to narrow. The air felt charged like the moment before a storm breaks. I forced myself to breathe and shake my head once, a small refusal. My heart hammered. The words stayed, waiting, metallic and patient. Go downstairs. We didn't run. We didn't shout. We went down together, shoulder to shoulder, my phone light aimed at the steps. In the living room, the TV had turned itself off. The house was dark except for the dim glow of the microwave clock in the kitchen. The faucet snapped on, full blast, as soon as we stepped onto the hardwood. Then every light in the living room turned on at once. Lamps overhead, the little recessed ones by the hallway. Bright and normal and wrong, because no one had touched a switch. The faucet shut off, the lights stayed on, the house hummed. My phone light was pointless in the flood of brightness, so I lowered it. I stood there staring at the kitchen sink, at the motionless faucet handle, at the wet basin. Behind us from the empty guest room came the sound of objects shuffling across carpet, slow and deliberate like someone arranging things out of sight. I took one step toward that room and stopped. Short sentences formed in my mind like instructions. My throat felt tight. My hands were cold. Malik made a small noise, not a word, just a strained breath. Jenna's eyes were wet, but she didn't cry. We all looked at the guest room door as if expecting it to swing open and reveal something we could finally point to. It stayed closed. The sound inside stopped, as if whoever was in there had finished. I didn't open the door. I didn't want confirmation of anything. I wanted the house to go back to being beige and boring and explainable. I wanted my mom's morning coffee smell to erase the memory of metal words in my skull. The lights clicked off one by one, not all at once, but in a slow sequence that felt like a person walking away through switches. The last lamp went dark, and the living room returned to its faint, everyday shadows. The faucet turned on once more, just a brief, polite burst, and shut off. We stood in the dark for a long time, listening to the refrigerator hum, the pipes settle, the normal noises that had always been there. When Malik finally whispered what we'd all heard, it came out thin and shaky and didn't make it less real. By morning, Malik and Jenna had gone home without much talk. My parents noticed nothing. My brother complained about cereal. The faucet stayed quiet all day. The TV behaved. The guest room sat empty and still, but I didn't feel relief. I felt watched, like the house had learned what it needed to learn. That night I stood alone at the bottom of the stairs with all the lights off, looking into the living room where the furniture made familiar shapes in the dark. The streetlight outside threw pale bars through the blinds. The air smelled faintly of damp metal from the sink. Somewhere upstairs, my brother rolled over in his sleep, and the floor gave a soft, normal creak. From the kitchen, the faucet handle clicked without moving, a tiny sound like a nail tapping glass. And inside my head, without sound, without warning, the metallic tone returned and settled into my thoughts like it had never left. The first thing I remember is the rope, bright white against the green-blue water, humming softly every time a wave lifted it and let it fall. It cut the swimming area into neat sections like a line you weren't supposed to cross, even if you didn't know why. I was small enough that the rope looked like a fence, and the knots that held the floats looked like fists. The beach was loud the way beaches are loud in the middle of the day. Radios, shouts, a lifeguard whistle that came and went like a bird. The air smelled like sunscreen and hot sand and the salty metal taste that clings to your lips when you've been in the water too long. My mother had brought a striped towel and a plastic bucket, and she kept telling me to stay where my feet could touch. I did at first. Shallow water is comforting when you're 4 or 5. The sand is right there, always. The water is a thin sheet that moves around your ankles and calves, and leaves little ripples that look like wrinkles on glass. You can crouch and watch tiny fish flicker near your toes, and if a wave surprises you, it only stings your eyes for a second. I had been making a sloppy moat with my hands, scraping wet sand into a crooked wall, when I heard my name, not from behind me on the beach, not from the side where other kids were splashing, from out in the water, farther than I was supposed to go, beyond the rope that sagged and lifted. It sounded like my mother. It wasn't just the word. It was the way the voice held it, like she was trying to get my attention without making a scene. The sound floated over the water and settled into my ears like something familiar and safe. If I had been older, maybe I would have questioned it. At that age, you don't inspect your own instincts. You just move when something calls you. I stood up and squinted toward the deeper area. Sunlight flashed on the surface, making everything shimmer. People bobbed and drifted. A man stood waist-deep holding a toddler against his shoulder. A group of teenagers laughed too loudly near the rope. Beyond them, the water darkened, and the bottom disappeared. My skin tightened in a way I didn't have words for. Not fear exactly. Not the kind that comes from a barking dog or a sudden fall. This was a thick, stubborn feeling in my chest, like my body had become heavier on purpose. My feet stayed planted. I remember looking back over my shoulder toward the towel, expecting to see my mother waving or calling again. She was there, sitting with her knees drawn up, watching me in that distracted way adults watch when they think nothing can go wrong. Her face was turned toward the water, but her mouth wasn't moving. She was talking to another woman, or maybe just listening. Her hands were busy with a bottle of sunscreen. I looked back toward the deeper water. My name came again, soft and urgent, the same cadence my mother used when she wanted me to stop wandering. It sounded close enough that it made no sense. If she was calling from out there, why was she still on the towel? I took one step toward the rope, and the heavy feeling got worse. It wasn't a thought. It was physical, like trying to walk into wind. My stomach rolled as if I'd swallowed too much salt water. My scalp prickled under my wet hair. I should have turned around then. I should have run back to the towel and buried my face in the terry cloth and let the day go on. I didn't. Children don't always obey the part of themselves that says no. Sometimes they obey the part that says your mom is calling, and moms don't call you into danger. The rope was a few yards away. The water reached my thighs. Small waves bumped my legs and tried to twist me around. I waded forward with my arms slightly lifted, not swimming, just pushing through water that suddenly felt thick. I reached the rope where it dipped low between floats. The nylon line was wet and slick, and the floats were warm from the sun. It smelled like plastic and algae. I could have turned and gone along it back toward shallower water. Instead, I did what I'd seen older kids do. I ducked under where it sagged and stepped into the next section. The bottom changed immediately. The sand that had been pale and soft became darker and firmer, like packed dirt. It sloped down in a way that made my knees bend without meaning to. A coolness wrapped around my legs, as if I'd walked into a shadow. My name came again, and this time it sounded closer, right in front of me, just beyond where the water turned from green to something deeper. I lifted my chin and squinted hard, trying to find the person saying it. I couldn't see anyone. Just bodies and bright swimwear and splashing. Just glare and shifting water. The heavy feeling in my chest turned into a sudden sharp refusal. Every part of me wanted to back up. My mouth went dry. I remember the exact thought, simple and clean. Don't go there. My foot slid forward anyway. That's the moment the hands grabbed me. It wasn't like seaweed brushing your skin, or a fish bumping past. It wasn't the gentle tug of a small current. Fingers closed around both my ankles at once, one on each leg, firm and unmistakable. The pressure was human. I felt the shape of thumbs. I felt nails. I felt the quick adjustment as the grip tightened. My knees buckled. My arms shot out to catch myself. But water doesn't hold you up. My face hit the surface, and the world became noise and blur. Salt burned my nose. I tried to shout, and the water swallowed the sound. Something pulled. My feet went out from under me, and the bottom vanished. The water rose over my head like a door slamming shut. The sunlight dimmed. The roar of the beach turned muffled and far away. My eyes opened to green-brown haze, and I saw my own legs kicking, pale and frantic, with shadows wrapped around my ankles. I fought like an animal. There was no plan, just jerking my knees up, twisting, trying to break free. The grip didn't slip. It pulled downward, not hard enough to yank me fast, but steady, patient, as if it had all the time in the world. I remember the feeling of my lungs trying to inhale anyway. The way your body betrays you. I clamped my mouth shut. Bubbles escaped my nose. My hands reached down blindly, slapping at whatever held me, and my fingers met nothing solid, just water, just the slick resistance of something that wasn't there. My vision tunneled. The surface became a bright, shifting coin above me. My arms flailed upward, and my fingertips broke into air for a split second before the pull dragged me down again. The strangest part is what I felt alongside the panic. That same intuitive resistance, the earlier heaviness, was still there, but now it was like a voice without words saying, "This is what I tried to stop." I kicked harder, my calves cramped, my throat clenched. I stopped being a child and became only movement. Then something else entered the water near me, with a rush and a burst of bubbles. A body, a bigger body. An arm plunged down and hooked under my armpit. Fingers closed around my upper arm with a grip that hurt. But it was the kind of pain that means you're being held by the living. The pull on my ankles loosened for the first time. Not letting go completely, but wavering. Like whatever was down there had been surprised. The arm around me yanked me upward. We broke the surface in a spray of water and sunlight. I sucked in air so fast it felt like swallowing needles. I coughed and choked and heard my own crying as a thin, reedy sound. The beach noise slammed back into full volume. People were shouting now, but I couldn't make out words. The teenager who grabbed me, because that's what he was. A lanky older boy with wet hair plastered to his forehead, kept one hand on my shoulder and the other around my chest. He half swam, half dragged me toward the rope. His face was tight with effort. His jaw looked clenched. He didn't talk. He just moved. Behind us, my legs kicked on their own. I expected to feel that grip again any second. I braced for it. The water churned around my calves, but nothing seized me. We reached the rope. The teenager shoved it down and pushed me under it first, forcing me into the shallower area like he was getting me over a fence. My knees scraped the sandy bottom and I tried to stand too soon. He kept hold of me until my feet were solid under me and the water was only at my waist. Only then did he let go. I stumbled forward in the shallows, coughing up water. My eyes were swollen with salt and tears. I saw my mother sprinting from the towel, her face gone pale and stretched, her arms out. She grabbed me so hard my ribs ached. Her skin smelled like sunscreen and fear. Everything after that comes in flashes, like a film that's been cut and spliced. A lifeguard jogging over, asking questions with a loud, controlled voice. The teenager standing off to the side, breathing hard, water dripping from his chin. People staring and then looking away when they realized it wasn't entertainment. My mother's hands shaking as she checked my arms and face, as if she expected to find something torn or bleeding. Someone lifted my feet out of the water and examined my ankles. I remember that clearly, because I expected to see bruises shaped like fingers. I expected to see red marks or scratches. There were faint impressions, but in the chaos they looked like nothing. Pale rings that could have been from the way my skin wrinkled in the water. A small scrape that might have been a shell. The lifeguard asked if I'd gotten caught on something. My mother answered for me. She said I must have panicked and wandered into a drop-off. She said kids do that. She said she'd only looked away for a second. I tried to speak. I tried to tell her about the hands, about the way my ankles had been held and pulled, but my throat hurt and my mouth filled with coughing again. The words came out wrong, broken up by sobs. Adults have a way of translating a child's terror into something manageable. My mother pressed my head against her shoulder and kept repeating that I was safe now. The teenager, my rescuer, stood there until the lifeguard nodded at him like it was over. His eyes kept flicking toward the deeper water, not in a proud way, and the way you look at something that almost hurt someone and might still be there. When he finally walked away, he didn't look back. Later on the towel, wrapped in a scratchy beach blanket, I watched the rope line bobbing out there. People crossed it without thinking, ducking under, laughing, splashing. Nothing happened to them. Nothing reached up. No one screamed. The water looked normal again, bright and harmless. My mother told another adult that there were old ropes and weeds in that part of the swimming area. She said they could tangle around ankles and make a kid feel like they were being pulled. She said it was a good thing that boy had been close. She said it was just one of those scary moments that happens at the beach. For a long time, I believed her explanation. Because it was easier. It made the world feel stable again. Seaweed, debris, a bit of bad luck. But when I got older, the memory didn't behave like a normal memory. It didn't fade at the edges. It stayed sharp in the wrong places. The pressure of fingers, the deliberate pull, the way my body had refused to go farther before I forced it anyway. Sometimes I would be washing dishes and feel phantom hands around my ankles, and my stomach would drop as if I were standing on a slanting seabed. I found an old note card years later, something my mother must have written after it happened, tucked into a photo album as if pinning the day down would keep it from drifting. It had the date and the name of the beach, and one sentence about getting stuck on weeds near the rope. I stared at her handwriting until my eyes hurt and thought about how quickly adults decide what a child's fear is allowed to mean. I don't know what grabbed me. I can't prove it was a person, and I can't prove it wasn't. I only know what my body knew before my mind did, and what it felt like when the water stopped being water and became something with intent. Even now, if I wade into a crowded swimming area on a bright day and see a rope line cutting the water into safe and not safe, I feel that old heaviness settle into my chest. I stop where my feet can touch. I listen to the noise of the beach. I watch the glittering surface for any place where the light seems to hesitate, and I make sure no voice that sounds like someone I love can lead me farther than my instincts will follow. At midnight, the desert turns into a different kind of map, one you navigate by memory and nerve instead of signs. I was doing what I always did when the roads were empty, letting the car run, letting the engine smooth out into that high, steady pull that makes you forget how fast you're actually going. The asphalt was black and clean, the kind of surface that feels almost private. Dunes rose and fell on the right like frozen waves. On the left, the mountains sat back in the dark, huge and quiet, their outlines just barely cutting into the starfield. My passenger had nodded off a few miles earlier, head tilted toward the window. The cabin smelled like old coffee and hot plastic. The dash lights were dimmed low, a soft green glow on my hands. The only sound was the tires and the wind, and the faint rattle of something loose in the console that I kept meaning to fix. I knew the intersection was coming up, because the road always changed there. It wasn't a real crossroads, not like a town would have. It was two lines of pavement meeting in the middle of nowhere, a place where the state had bothered to put up reflective posts, and a single overhead flasher, amber, blinking slow as a heartbeat. Even in the dark, it stood out. The dunes pulled back from the shoulder and the land flattened for a stretch, as if the desert itself needed room to breathe. I eased off the throttle out of habit, not because I expected traffic, because intersections feel like promises, and out there you learn not to trust promises. The amber light blinked, blinked, blinked. My headlights washed the post and the sign faces, turning them into sudden white slabs, and then letting them go again. A rabbit flashed across the beam line and disappeared into the sand. I remember noticing it only because it was so small and quick, a little stitch of motion that made the emptiness feel alive. Then something else moved. It wasn't a darting thing. It wasn't low to the ground. It rose up out of the darkness on the right side of the intersection, and stepped into the road as if it had been waiting for my car to get close enough for me to see it. For half a second, my brain refused to label it. It was too big for the space it occupied, like a shape that didn't belong in the scale of the world. It crossed with a slow, deliberate motion, not a scramble, not a panic run. The way a person might cross a quiet street, head forward, arms hanging, no urgency, except it wasn't a person. I know what a person looks like in headlights at night. I know how they move, how the joints bend, how the clothing catches light. This thing was built wrong for that comparison. Tall, yes, but not tall in a clean way. Tall in the way a boulder is tall when it's perched where it shouldn't be. Its shoulders were too high and too broad. The upper body thick like it carried weight that didn't show. The legs were long and straight, and it moved with a heavy, even pace, as if each step landed with certainty. The passenger made a sound beside me, a low murmur of waking, but I didn't look away. I couldn't. My hands tightened on the wheel, and I felt the skin of my palms go slick with sweat, so fast it was like someone had poured water there. The thing reached the center line, and then its head turned. It didn't snap around. It didn't whip its neck like a startled deer. It turned in a smooth arc, slow, almost calm, until whatever passed for its face was aimed directly at my windshield. My headlights hit its eyes, and the reflection came back bright, hard points like road signs do when you catch them at the right angle. 2 clean returns of light, not the dull shine of an animal's eyes far off, but a sharp glint that made my stomach drop. The rest of the head stayed in shadow, the shape of it hard to read, but the eyes gave it a focus that made the whole moment feel personal. I had the irrational, immediate certainty that it was looking at me. Not at the car, not at the lights, at me. The amber flasher blinked again overhead, and for a second the figure's outline shifted, the shadow edges tightening and loosening like a heartbeat in reverse. Sand around its feet looked undisturbed, which didn't make sense. Anything that size should have kicked dust, should have left a wake of movement in the air. My foot hovered between brake and gas. My body wanted to do both, stop and go, freeze and flee. I made a noise in my throat that wasn't a word. The passenger sat up, suddenly alert now, and whispered my name once. I still didn't look over. I just shook my head without meaning to, like I could shake the sight out of place. The figure took one more step. It was still crossing, still moving left. It didn't hurry. It didn't flinch. The eyes stayed on me until the last possible moment, until it passed beyond the brightest cone of the headlights. Only then did its head turn forward again, and it continued into the dark on the other side of the road, swallowed by the flatness and the low brush like it had never been there. I realized I had been holding my breath. When I exhaled, it came out in a hard rush, like a valve releasing pressure. The passenger asked what it was. The question sounded small in the cabin, like it belonged to a different world. I didn't answer, not right away. My mouth was open, but nothing came out. I was still staring at the empty left shoulder where it had disappeared, waiting for it to come back, waiting for movement that would confirm it hadn't been a trick of light. The intersection was behind us in seconds. The amber flasher shrank in the rearview mirror. The road ahead was clear, a black ribbon unrolling into the mountain's shadow. And that's when the shock hit me properly. It was like my body finally caught up to what my eyes had sent it. A cold surge moved through my chest and down my arms. My heart started hammering. Not fast at first, but hard. Each beat a thud I could feel in my teeth. My legs went tight. My hands clamped the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. My vision narrowed. Not in a dramatic tunnel way, but in a practical, dangerous way, where the edges of the world stopped mattering, and only the center line existed. Without deciding to, I pressed the accelerator. The car responded immediately, the engine note climbing, the whole vehicle leaning forward as if relieved to have a command. The speedometer needle swept up with a smooth confidence that didn't match the tremor starting in my arms. The wind noise rose. The tires hummed louder. The road markings came faster and faster, the reflectors flashing by in a strobe rhythm. The passenger gripped the door handle and told me to slow down. I heard it, but it landed somewhere behind the wall of adrenaline. My mind kept replaying that head turn, the eyes catching my headlights, the calmness of it. My body's only argument was distance. Put miles between me and that intersection. Put miles between me and whatever could stand in the road like that. The dunes blurred into a single pale band at the edge of the beams. The mountains ahead stayed stubbornly far, a dark mass that wouldn't get closer no matter how fast I went. That made the panic worse. It felt like running in a dream where the hallway never ends. A mile marker flashed past, then another. I couldn't have told you the numbers. I couldn't have told you anything except that my throat was tight and my breathing was shallow, and the inside of my skin felt too small. At some point, the passenger reached over and put a hand on my forearm. Not a grab, a firm weight. That simple contact cut through the noise enough for me to notice how rigid I'd become. I forced my foot to ease up. The car didn't slow immediately. Momentum held it, like the night itself didn't want to let go. When it finally dropped back into something closer to sane, my pulse stayed loud in my ears. The passenger didn't say much after that. Neither did I. We drove in a tense silence that felt like a vow, both of us listening for something that wasn't there. I didn't stop until I saw lights. A small cluster at the edge of the highway. A gas station with a single bright canopy, the kind that stays open because there's nothing else for 50 miles. The lot was empty except for a sheriff's vehicle angled near the door, its white paint almost glowing under the fluorescence. I pulled in too fast, gravel popping under the tires, and parked crooked without caring. When I got out, the desert air hit me like cold water. It smelled of dust and creosote and something faintly metallic, like the inside of a toolbox left in the sun too long. The deputy was just stepping out of the station with a styrofoam cup in hand. He looked at my car, then at my face, and his posture changed. Not alarmed, exactly. More like he recognized a certain look. He asked if everything was all right. His voice had that flat calm that comes from talking to people in trouble for a living. I tried to explain. The words came out uneven, not dramatic in the way you'd hear in a movie, but clipped and practical, like I was reporting a mechanical problem. Big figure, crossed at the dunes intersection, turned its head, eyes reflected, too large, too slow, not right. My passenger added that it had been standing in the road like it owned it. The deputy listened without interrupting. He didn't smile. He didn't dismiss it. He set his cup down on the hood of his cruiser and nodded once, slow, as if checking a box. He asked where exactly. I told him. He asked what direction it went. I pointed left, toward the darker shoulder, toward the open land. He asked if I'd seen any other vehicles, if I'd hit anything, if there was any damage. There wasn't. Then he did something that settled me and unsettled me at the same time. He said we weren't the first to come in tonight. He didn't give details the way people do when they're trying to entertain themselves. He kept it sparse, professional. A couple of drivers in the last week, one earlier that evening. Different descriptions, same general area. Always near that stretch where the dunes meet the foothills. Always at night. Always something too big to comfortably call a coyote or a deer. He offered the most reasonable explanation first. Drought had been driving animals down from the mountains, he said. Water sources drying up. Food scarce. Creatures pushing into places they didn't normally go. He mentioned feral horses and large elk, wandering farther than usual. He even said bears had been spotted lower, which sounded absurd until you remembered how far a hungry animal will travel when the land turns against it. But he also didn't force my sighting into that box. He didn't say it was definitely an elk. He didn't insist the eyes were just the angle of the light. He said carefully that conditions made strange encounters more likely, and that his office had been getting calls. That was as close as he came to admitting the abnormal without naming it. He asked if we were okay to continue driving. I told him yes, though my voice didn't match the answer. He offered to follow us a few miles until we were out of that area. I didn't want to sound scared, but I said I'd appreciate it. We got back into the car. The cabin felt smaller now, like it had been altered by the event and couldn't return to its earlier comfort. When I looked at the windshield, I couldn't help seeing it as a thin barrier, not between me and the wind, but between me and the kind of thing that could choose to step into my path and look straight through glass. The deputy pulled out behind us, his headlights steady in the mirror. No siren, no drama, just a second set of lights on the road. The next few miles passed like a test. Every reflective post looked like eyes for a split second. Every darker patch beyond the shoulder seemed full of waiting shapes. I kept my speed reasonable, hands still tight, jaw clenched until it ached. The passenger stared forward, awake now, both of us unwilling to look away from the road for too long. We didn't see it again. Nothing crossed. Nothing moved in the beams except the occasional small animal flicking away from the sound of tires. The desert returned to its ordinary emptiness, but ordinary didn't feel like safety anymore. Ordinary felt like a story the land told you so you'd keep driving. Eventually, the deputy's cruiser slowed and turned off at a side road, his taillights dipping away into a darker corridor. I was alone again, the highway stretching ahead, the mountains still sitting back with their unreadable faces. The passenger fell quiet, then eventually leaned back as if exhaustion finally overcame the fear. I stayed alert all the way home, eyes dry, blinking too often. When I got there, I didn't go straight to bed. I stood in my kitchen with a glass of water and my keys still in my hand, listening to the house settle, feeling my heartbeat still not quite normal. Days later, in daylight, I drove past that intersection again. It looked harmless. The amber flasher blinked in the sun like a lazy warning. The dunes were pale and soft, the mountains crisp against the sky. There was no sign of anything unusual, no tracks in the sand that I could see from the shoulder, no broken brush, just the quiet persistence of the desert, pretending it never changes. But I could not make myself stop there. I didn't even slow down. I've thought about it more than I want to admit. I've tried to fit it into the deputy's explanation, because it's the only one that lets you sleep. Drought moves animals, hunger makes them bold, headlights can play tricks, the mind can misread scale at night. All of that is true, and I know it. What I can't file away is the way it turned its head like it understood the idea of being seen, the way the eyes reflected with such clean certainty, the way my body reacted before my thoughts could, and the way the deputy, without saying it outright, treated my story like a familiar problem instead of a crazy one. Sometimes when I'm on an empty road at night and I see a distant reflector flare and fade, my hands tighten on the wheel without permission. The desert has a lot of room for ordinary explanations, and even more room for things that don't need your belief to exist. I don't know what crossed that intersection at midnight, but I know it looked back at me, and I know how fast I drove afterward, as if speed could erase a moment that had already settled into my bones. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a flare from the highway, or a plane going down behind the ridge. I was standing on our back step at about 7 in the evening, wiping my hands on my jeans after feeding the chickens, when the sky to the west tore open with a hard white streak that didn't belong to any aircraft I'd ever watched cross our valley. It didn't arc like a shooting star. It came in low and fast, a straight line with a tail that flickered green at the edges, as if the light couldn't decide what color it wanted to be. For a second it seemed silent. Then a delayed thump rolled over the hills and turned the tin siding on the barn into a drum. The chickens stopped clucking. Even the wind in the trees sounded like it got cut off mid-breath. The streak disappeared behind the line of woods that separates our pasture from the old Miller place. A dull glow rose through the oaks, steady and wrong. Not like firelight. It reminded me of the way a television lights a room at night. But there was no house over there anymore. Just the foundation and the orchard gone wild. I could have stayed on the step and told myself it was lightning or a meteor. But the glow didn't fade. It held, pulsing faintly as if something was still burning without smoke. Kids have a way of being where they shouldn't be the moment something happens. My nephew Toby and his friend Lila had been riding bikes up and down the gravel lane, and they skidded into the yard with their tires spitting stones. Their faces were bright with the kind of excitement that ignores sense. I could see the light reflected in their eyes even before they turned to look toward the woods. My neighbor, Mr. Harrow, came out from his porch across the ditch, holding a flashlight even though it wasn't dark yet. He was the sort of man who didn't like mysteries in his line of sight. Behind him, his dog, a rangy hound named Deuce, pushed past his legs and stood stiff with her nose lifted toward the ridge. None of us said much at first. We all watched the same place. The glow behind the trees made the tops of the oaks look like black lace against a lit screen. Mr. Harrow moved first. He walked to the fence line, scanning as if expecting to catch someone trespassing. I should have told him to stay put, should have told the kids to go inside. But my own feet were already following the line he took along the pasture edge. Curiosity can feel like duty when you're standing on land you've known your whole life, and something new lands on it. We crossed into the lower field where the ground tilts toward the woods. The air smelled normal at first. Cut grass, warm dirt, a little sweet from the clover. Halfway down, the smell shifted. It turned sharp and metallic, like you'd licked a battery, like pennies warmed in a pocket. It got stronger with every step. Bess whined and shook her head, sneezing as if the scent was a powder in her nose. Mr. Harrow tightened his grip on the leash, and that was when I noticed he'd clipped it on, something he rarely did on his own property. He kept glancing at the kids, counting them without counting out loud. Toby and Leela were quiet now. They weren't running ahead anymore. They stayed between me and Mr. Harrow, as if we'd formed a small moving wall. The woods at that end of the field are hilly, with a shallow ravine that cuts through and disappears toward the creek. The old logging track is still there, 2 worn ruts with grass growing between, and we followed it in because it's the only easy way up. The light flickered through the trunks, casting hard-edged shadows that didn't match the angle of the evening sun. As we climbed, the air grew thicker. Not humid exactly, but heavy in a way that made swallowing feel like pushing against something soft and resistant. I swallowed twice and felt a faint sting in my throat. I told myself it was smoke or pollen. There was no smoke. At the top of the rise, the trees opened into a small clearing where the Miller orchard used to meet the woods. I expected to see flames, or at least a crater. Instead, there was a patch of ground that looked pressed down. The grass laid flat in a long oval as if something had skidded or been dragged. The dirt at the far end was churned up, and in the center of it all sat a dull glowing object half sunk into the earth. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a large chest freezer, if you want a comparison. It had no wings, no markings, no shape I recognized from anything on television. It looked like a piece of smooth metal that had been folded into itself, edges overlapping without seams. The glow came from within it, not from fire on the outside. It was a cold green-white that pulsed in slow waves. Bess began to growl, low and continuous, her body angled away even as her head strained forward. The sound of her growl seemed to flatten under the air, like it couldn't carry properly. Mr. Harrow lifted his flashlight and the beam hit the object and slid off it strangely, as if the light didn't want to stick. He took one more step, then stopped so abruptly the leash jerked. Toby bumped into my side, and I steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. I heard a sound then that wasn't the wind, and wasn't the dog. A thin hiss, like air escaping from a valve. It came from the far side of the glowing thing, where the churned dirt rose into a small berm. Something moved behind it. At first I saw only a silhouette, taller than any man I'd ever stood near. It rose slowly, as if standing up from a crouch. The shape of its head made my stomach lurch, broad at the top and narrowing down like a spade from a deck of cards. No hair, no ears, just that blunt shovel-like outline. Then its eyes brightened. They weren't eyes the way ours are. They were 2 glowing points set wide apart, the same green-white as the object, but more focused, like lamps seen through fog. They didn't blink, they didn't shift. They fixed on us as a group, and in that instant I understood what it felt like to be seen without being understood. The figure was at least 10 feet tall. It didn't loom the way a tall man looms, all shoulders and weight. It looked elongated too smooth, as if its body didn't have joints where it should. Its arms hung at its sides and seemed too long, and when it moved it didn't step. It glided. The hissing sound grew louder, not aggressive exactly, but constant, like breathing through a narrow tube. The metallic smell became so strong it coated my tongue. My throat tightened again, sharper this time, and I coughed once without meaning to. Bess yelped and tried to backpedal. Mr. Harrow braced his feet and pulled, but the dog's panic was sudden and full body. She gagged, a dry choking noise, and her muzzle foamed white as if she'd gotten into a chemical. That did something to me that the light and the size of the figure hadn't. I felt my own stomach roll. Toby made a small sound behind his teeth. Lila's hand found his and clamped down hard. The thing tilted its head a fraction, the spade shape angling like a shovel, deciding where to dig. It made the hiss in a shorter burst, and the air in front of it shimmered for a second, like heat above asphalt. It began to glide toward us, not fast, but with the steady certainty of something that didn't fear what it approached. My throat swelled. That's the only way to describe it. It felt like an invisible hand was squeezing the inside of my neck. Swallowing became painful. Breathing through my nose brought the metallic smell deeper, and the deeper it went, the more nausea rose in my belly. Hot and urgent. Mr. Harrow's face had gone pale under the brim of his cap. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but he only gagged. He put a hand to his throat, and I saw his fingers press into the skin as if checking whether it was really happening. The kid started coughing, not loud but persistent. Toby's eyes watered and he blinked fast, trying to clear them. Lila's lips parted and she took shallow breaths like she was afraid to pull too much air in. The figure kept coming, and the ground beneath it didn't crunch the way dirt should. It made no footfall. The hiss filled the clearing. I realized in a sudden simple thought that we were close enough to smell it, and that meant it was close enough to touch us. That's when I pulled the kids back. So I didn't make a speech. I didn't shout. I grabbed Toby by the back of his shirt and hooked an arm around Lila's shoulder, and I turned us all at once. Mr. Harrow did the same thing, jerking Bess's leash and half dragging her as she retched and stumbled. We ran down the logging track, not caring about roots, not caring about the slope, only caring about getting away from that pressure in our throats and that light behind us. I looked back once over my shoulder and saw the figure still gliding, its eyes steady, its head fixed on the spot we'd been. In the moment, my gaze caught it. The nausea spiked so hard I nearly fell. I faced forward again and kept running. The trees blurred. The track dipped and rose. My lungs burned in short bursts because my throat wouldn't open all the way. Toby tripped on a rock and I yanked him up without slowing. Lila's breathing turned into a wet wheeze. Behind us, Bess made a terrible hacking sound that made my skin crawl. We broke out of the woods into the field, and the air changed. It wasn't clean, but it was less thick. The metallic taste faded by degrees. My throat still felt swollen, but I could draw a deeper breath. The kids slowed first, hands on their knees, coughing and spitting into the grass. Mr. Harrow dropped to one knee beside Bess, who lay on her side with her chest heaving. Her eyes rolled white for a moment and then focused again, but she wouldn't stand. I guided Toby and Lila back toward the house as fast as their legs would take them. The evening had shifted toward dusk, the sky taking on that blue-gray that comes early in the hills. From the yard, the glow in the woods was still visible through the tree line, faint but present, like a lantern hung deep inside the forest. Inside, I got water into the kids, more to wash the taste away than anything. Their throats were red and raw. Toby kept swallowing hard, wincing each time. Lila's voice, when she tried to speak, came out thin, as if her vocal cords had been rubbed with sandpaper. Mr. Harrow carried Bess on with a grimness I'd never seen on him. He set her on an old blanket near the kitchen door, and the dog lay there trembling, occasionally gagging without bringing anything up. We did what country people do when something happens that doesn't fit the usual list. We called the volunteer fire number first, then the sheriff. By the time the first truck came up the lane, it was fully dark. Flashing lights painted the pasture red and blue. Men I knew by name stepped out with radios and heavy boots, their faces serious until they saw ours and then wary. They asked what we'd seen. They asked if we'd been drinking. They asked if anyone had fired a flare. They shined lights on the tree line and tried to find an angle into the woods that wouldn't break an ankle. I went with them as far as the fence line, my throat still tight, my stomach still unsettled. I didn't cross into the woods again. The men did, 2 at a time, while the others watched the dark as if it might watch back. They didn't go far before one of them came back, coughing hard, bent at the waist, hand at his neck. Another followed, face flushed, eyes watering. They didn't talk much after that. They stood in the field and aimed their flashlights into the trees and listened. The glow in the woods had dimmed to almost nothing, but the metallic smell drifted out in weak puffs on the breeze, enough to make my stomach turn again if I breathed too deeply. No one wanted to admit it was the same smell, but we all knew. Sometime after midnight, the sheriff told us to stay inside and keep the kids close. He said there would be people coming in the morning. He said it like he was reading it off a card he couldn't show us. Morning didn't bring answers. It brought tracks in the field where vehicles had come in before dawn. Not our trucks, not the volunteer rigs. It brought men we didn't recognize standing at the end of the lane and turning people away. It brought a quiet that lasted for days, broken only by the occasional rumor that slid through the community like a cold draft. Toby and Lila recovered in the way you recover from a bad exposure to something you can't name. The swelling eased, the nausea passed. Their voices came back. Des took longer. She wouldn't eat for a day and a half, and when she finally stood, she moved as if her joints hurt. After that, she refused to go near the woods again. You could pull on her leash until your shoulders ached and she'd plant her feet and shake, eyes fixed on the tree line with a fear that looked too smart to be instinct. People asked me what I thought it was. They wanted me to say meteor, or plane, or some kind of military thing. They wanted something that fit. I learned to shrug and give them nothing solid, because anything solid felt like a lie. I know what I saw streaking across the sky. I know what glowed in the clearing. I know the shape that rose behind it, the spade-shaped head, the eyes like cold lamps, the way it moved without stepping, and the way our bodies reacted as if the air itself had turned against us. Even now, years later, I can stand on the back step at dusk and watch the sun drop behind that ridge, and my throat will tighten in memory if the wind carries the wrong smell up from the low field. I'll look toward the woods and expect for one heartbeat to see that faint green-white pulse between the trunks, steady and patient, waiting for someone curious enough to come closer again. I saw the dog before I heard it, a brown shape, half submerged in tea-colored water, pinned in a pale web that didn't belong in any swamp I'd ever walked. The fibers ran in loose arcs between the knees of cypress roots and the low-leaning stems of buttonbush, like someone had dragged a rope net through the shallows and left it to snag whatever came close. Daylight made it worse, because I could see how clean the strands were. Not decaying vine, not spider silk, not fishing line. They looked grown, not placed, thick as twine in spots, hair thin in others, all of it faintly glossy, all of it held just above the waterline as if it hated to be wet. The dog's muzzle was up, trembling, its tongue lolled out in a tired, steady pant. Every time it tried to paddle, the fibers tightened and drew it back against a hummock of mud. The animal didn't thrash anymore. It had learned what didn't work. I'm a naturalist by trade. The kind who spends his weekdays in wetlands with a notebook, a camera, and a stupid amount of optimism. I was there to check on a boardwalk repair that had been delayed twice because of spring flooding. The trailhead sign had a neat new laminate sheet warning visitors about seasonal hazards. It didn't mention anything like this. The dog wasn't mine. I didn't see an owner. No leash trailing. No bright collar catching sunlight. Just the animal, worn down to a dull obedience by whatever had been holding it. There was a faint whine buried under its breathing, a sound so small it almost got lost under the insect drone. I stepped off the firmer ground and sank past my ankles. The swamp accepted my boot the way it accepts everything. Slowly, with patience, with a soft sucking sound that made me think of rot. The air smelled of algae and warm bark. Dragonflies flicked through shafts of light. Somewhere close, a frog made a single blunt call and then went quiet, as if it too was watching. The fibers shifted when I moved toward them. Not dramatically, nothing you could point at and swear was motion, but the arcs seemed to lean, to slacken, and then draw taut again. like tendon under skin. I crouched on the nearest root flare, keeping my weight off the muck, and studied the trap the way I'd study a plant I couldn't name. It wasn't anchored like a vine should be. There was no clear stem I could trace back to a main body. Instead, the strands seemed to rise out of the mud in multiple points, meeting and crossing in midair, draping over one another with a kind of practiced negligence. A network, a lattice, a thing that had learned through repetition how best to catch. The dog's fur was wet and clumped. Where the fibers pressed, the skin beneath puckered in little rings and folds, as if the animal had been cinched by hands. The puckering was most obvious along its chest and front legs. The dog's eyes were open, glassy from exhaustion, but still tracking me, pleading without the energy to hope. "Easy," I said, more out of habit than comfort. It didn't respond, but its breathing hitched as if even my voice tugged on whatever nervous thread was left. I checked my pockets automatically. Phone, but no signal out here. Field notebook, a pair of nitrile gloves from a sampling kit too thin, and I had only one pair, and my folding knife, the one I carried for cutting flagging tape, trimming invasive reeds, slicing apple at lunch. The blade was clean, sharp, bright. I put the gloves on anyway. The fibers looked like something that would itch, something that would burn. My brain reached for the usual swamp culprits, stinging nettle, poison ivy, algae bloom irritants. But none of those form rope webs in open water. None of those wrap living things tight and hold. The dog made a faint scraping sound when it tried to move its front paw. The fibers answered by tightening, and the skin along its wrist drew in as if pinched. I watched the fur compress, watched the pale strand bury itself into the coat, watched the animal give up and float a little more heavily in the shallow. I opened the knife. The click sounded loud. The nearest strand was at my knee height, stretched between two low stems like a clothesline. I reached for it with a gloved hand and stopped an inch away. The fiber wasn't just rope-like, it had a surface texture, a faint ridging that ran spiraled along its length, like a plant that had twisted while growing. It glistened in the sun, as if slick with sap. I touched it with the tip of my knife instead. The strand clung to the metal the way wet hair clings to a comb. Not sticky exactly, more eager. It pulled as if the fiber wanted to crawl up the blade. I jerked my hand back, and the knife came with it, dragging the strand a few inches before it let go. That was the moment my throat tightened, and my optimism went quiet. I leaned closer, careful not to brush my sleeves against the network, and aimed the knife at a section that crossed over the dog's shoulder. If I could cut a few key points, maybe the whole thing would slacken. Maybe the dog could wriggle free and swim away, leaving me with nothing but a story I wouldn't tell, because it would sound like I was making it up. The blade pressed into the fiber with surprising resistance. It wasn't like slicing a vine. It was like sawing through braided nylon that someone had soaked in sap and left to harden. I drew the knife back and forth. The fiber squealed faintly against the steel, a tiny dry sound that had no place in wet air. The dog flinched, not from pain but from the tightening reflex of the strands around it. I changed angle and sawed again. The fiber finally gave way with a soft, wet snap, and the severed ends recoiled. One end whipped back toward the mud. The other end slapped the dog's fur and stuck there, as if annoyed at being cut and determined to keep holding on. The dog's head lifted higher. Its breathing sped up. A low, tired bark tried to form and came out as a hoarse cough. "Almost," I said, and heard how thin my own voice sounded. I moved my knife to the next crossing point. The network responded by tightening along several strands at once, drawing the web closer to itself. It wasn't fast, but it was coordinated. I could see the arcs change. I could feel it in the way the air seemed to thicken around my hands. The nitrile glove on my right hand snagged on a thinner fiber I hadn't noticed. It brushed my knuckle. The contact was light, a graze, and still I felt a sharp, immediate heat, like I'd pressed my skin against a nettle patch. I pulled back and the fiber came with me, clinging to the glove, curling around the fingertip like it had been waiting. I shook my hand and it dropped away. The glove looked intact, but the burn sensation lingered beneath it. I didn't have the luxury of caution. The dog was sagging again. Its front paws barely moved now, each twitch punished by tightening. Its eyes blinked slow, heavy, the lids dragging like tired curtains. I leaned in closer, bracing my left forearm against the cypress root for balance. With my right hand, I sawed through a second major strand, then a third, choosing the ones that seemed to carry the most tension. Each cut took too long. Each time the fiber snapped, it recoiled and then tried to reattach to the dog, to itself, to my knife. When I cut a strand near the dog's chest, the network jerked hard enough that the animal's body shifted, rolling slightly in the shallow water. The dog's flank rose and I saw the puckering more clearly. Little gathered points along the skin where the fibers had gripped, as if they'd cinched and cinched until the flesh had nowhere to go but inward. The fur around those points was whitened, not with age but with pressure. I worked with small, ugly motions, keeping my hands close to the blade, trying not to flail. Twice more, a thin filament brushed my glove, and the heat stabbed through, sharper now, and I felt my fingers begin to tingle as if the irritation had teeth. Finally, the dog's front legs loosened. One paw slipped free, then the other. The animal made a sudden, desperate attempt to stand, pushing against the mud. The network tightened around its hindquarters, holding its back legs like a cruel belt. The dog lurched forward and the fibers dragged at its skin, leaving the fur rucked and the flesh beneath puckering in new folds. "Hold still," I muttered, and reached for the last bindings. That was when my glove tore. The knife slipped as I sawed. The blade skated off the fiber, and the edge caught the glove at my thumb. Not the skin, the glove, but it split the nitrile wide enough that my thumb and the base of my hand were suddenly naked to the wet air. Before I could pull away, the loose end of the severed strand flicked across my exposed skin. The heat was immediate and violent. It wasn't a slow itch. It was a bright sting that made my eyes water. I yanked my hand back and clamped my fingers into a fist, as if pressure would push the pain out. When I opened my hand again, I saw the first red welt rising across the base of my thumb, then another along the side of my palm. Blisters already forming, glossy and angry. The skin around them flushed as if scalded. I stared at my hand for half a second too long, stunned by how fast my body had reacted, and in that pause the dog sagged again, almost slipping under. I forced myself forward, left hand on the knife now, keeping my injured right hand back. My left glove was still intact. I found the last major strand around the dog's hind legs and sawed slow and steady, the blade squealing against that ridged surface. The dog trembled but didn't fight. It had passed into a kind of exhausted compliance, letting me do what I could. The strand snapped. The ends recoiled. The dog's back legs kicked free, and for a moment the animal didn't move at all, as if it couldn't believe the absence of pressure. Then it surged forward with a suddenness that startled me, scrambling up onto the root flare beside me, water streaming off its coat. It stood there, sides heaving. Its fur was ruffled in odd patterns where the fibers had held it, and along those lines the skin still puckered, gathered into shallow wrinkles. The marks looked like the aftermath of tight string removed from wet clay. It didn't bleed, there was no torn flesh, just that exhausted, pinched look, as if the plant had tried to reshape it. The dog leaned its head toward my injured hand, and stopped short, sniffing. It didn't lick, it didn't whine, it just breathed close to my blisters, and the warm air made the pain flare again. I backed away from the network carefully. Even cut, the fibers still arched and hung. Reaching, several loose strands clung to my knife blade, and when I tried to flick them off, they resisted, stretching like tendons. I scraped them against the bark of the cypress root until they finally let go and fell into the water, where they floated for a moment before sinking, as if returning to wherever they'd come from. The dog moved with me, staying close, stumbling a little on its first steps, then finding its footing. It didn't bolt, it didn't run. It followed like it had decided I was the only solid thing in the swamp. My hand throbbed. The blisters grew larger as I watched, domed and tight, the red around them spreading in a rough halo. I rinsed my palm in the swamp water out of reflex, and regretted it immediately. The sting sharpened, and the skin felt as if it were being abraded from the inside. I dried it on my pant leg, knowing I was rubbing swamp muck into an open irritation. but it was better than the wet burn. We made it back to firmer ground in awkward stages. Me stepping from root to root, the dog slipping and catching itself, both of us breathing hard. The sunlight through the trees stayed bright and ordinary. Birds called overhead as if nothing had happened. Behind us, the network of fibers sagged between stems, cut in a few places but far from destroyed, still waiting in the same patch of shallow water, still shining faintly like wet rope. At the trailhead, the dog finally trotted ahead, nose down, picking up the scent of people. In the parking lot, a woman spotted it and ran, her hands flying to her mouth. She grabbed the dog's face, pressed her forehead to its head, and cried into its fur. I didn't step close enough to hear what she said. Someone noticed my hand then. I held it up, palm out, and the blisters caught the light. A man asked what happened, and I started to explain. Rope, swamp, dog stuck, and heard how ridiculous it sounded even as I said it. He looked past me toward the trees, toward the quiet green wall hiding the water. I washed my hand in a restroom sink until the water ran clear. The blisters stayed. The redness stayed. The pain settled into a deep, steady pulse, like my skin had learned a new kind of warning. Before I left, I turned my phone toward my palm and took a photo. Not because I wanted proof for anyone else, but because I knew my memory would soften the details if I let it. I knew I'd start calling the fibers some kind of vine, and the blisters a rash, and the dog's puckered skin just pressure marks, until the day came and I almost believed it myself. On the drive home, the image of the network stayed with me more than the dog did. That clean, pale lattice held above the waterline, grown into place, patient as the swamp itself. In my mind, it wasn't just an accident of nature. It had felt like a mechanism, like a behavior, like something that learned the shape of struggling bodies and adjusted to them. That night when I flexed my hand and the blisters tightened, I could still feel the first graze of that filament, light as a hair, and I kept seeing those strands leaning when I moved, as if the swamp had reached out and noticed me noticing it. The first time I saw the plant, I thought it was a piece of landscape someone had arranged on purpose, like a basin cut into the earth and lined with living green. I was standing at the edge of a jungle clearing, near a stream, sweating through my shirt, watching sunlight move in slow sheets across leaves. The air smelled of wet stone and crushed ginger. Then the thing shifted, just a subtle tightening along its rim, and I realized the bowl was not a hollow in the ground at all. It was waiting. We were only passing through. That's the part I keep repeating to myself when people ask why we didn't turn around sooner, why we didn't leave the moment we saw the first signs that the trail wasn't meant for outsiders. My friend Cal and I had hired a guide in a river town, 2 days upriver, a man who knew the footpaths that laced between small settlements and the old logging cuts. The guide left us that morning with a muttered excuse about weather and spirits, anxious words I didn't understand, and I didn't press him. By midday, it was just the two of us, travelers with light packs, trying to keep our bearings by the sound of running water and the way the sun hit the canopy. We found the clearing by accident. The stream widened there and ran shallow over pale stones, making a constant hush like a crowd whispering. The trees pulled back in a loose circle, and in the center sat the plant, a wide bowl-shaped body, 3 or 4 paces across, its inner surface glossy as if lacquered. Fluid pooled inside it, dark and reflective, with a faint sheen that caught the light in oily colors. Around the bowl, thick green appendages, more like muscular vines than leaves, lay coiled and still as if resting. Cal stopped beside me and lifted his phone, then lowered it without taking a picture. That was unlike him. He had been documenting everything: the river crossing, the abandoned sawmill, the odd little shrines made of woven reeds we'd passed the day before. Here, he just stared. On the far side of the clearing, people stepped out from the trees. They moved in a loose line, not hiding, not rushing, their faces calm the way faces look at a regular event. Men and women, a few older teenagers. No one carried a weapon that I could see. They wore everyday clothes, washed out shirts, skirts, sandals. Nothing ceremonial in the way movies would teach you to expect. A couple of them carried gourds and shallow wooden cups. A man with a wide-brimmed hat held a bundle wrapped in cloth. Cal touched my arm. A small pressure that meant stay still. We did. We stood half in shadow at the edge of the clearing, packs on, boots wet at the ankles, trying to look like we belonged there, or like we were too insignificant to notice. The people didn't look our way. They formed a broad half circle around the plant, leaving the stream side open as if that direction mattered. Then they brought the girl. She was young, late teens maybe, barefoot. Her hair hung in damp ropes down her back as if she had been washed. She wore a plain dress that clung to her legs from humidity and sweat. She wasn't fighting, but she also wasn't walking under her own will. Hands guided her elbows. Someone had a grip on her wrist. It wasn't frantic, not like an abduction. It was controlled, practiced. The group pressed in behind her as she neared the bowl, and the air changed, thickening with a smell I couldn't place at first. Green and sharp, like snapped stems. I remember thinking, say something, do something, but Cal's hand stayed on my arm, hard now. In that moment, I understood how quickly bravery turns into a theory. You can believe you'll intervene in the abstract. Then the scene becomes real. A dozen strangers, a remote clearing, no cell signal, no route back that you can find without daylight. And the girl's face? Her eyes fixed forward as if she had decided not to look anywhere else. One of the men stepped to the rim of the plant and unwrapped the cloth bundle. Inside was a strip of something pale, like pressed fiber, and he held it in both hands. He didn't chant. No one did. There was no overt performance, just a quiet order to it, like a task being completed. He laid the strip across the plant's rim, and the glossy inner surface seemed to glisten in response. As if the fluid inside had stirred, the group urged the girl closer. She hesitated for the first time then, her toes curling into the soil, her shoulders rising. A woman at her back leaned in and spoke close to her ear, too low for me to hear over the stream. The girl swallowed. She climbed. It wasn't a simple step either. The rim was thick and slightly raised, and for a second she balanced there, knees trembling, arms pulled in tight against her ribs. She looked down into the bowl. The fluid reflected her face, warped and dark. Then, with hands guiding her calves and hips, the crowd forced her to lower herself into it. Her dress soaked up the liquid immediately, turning heavier, clinging. She made a sound that was half breath, half shock. The fluid reached her thighs, then her waist as she sank deeper. As if the bowl's surface didn't resist her weight at all. She tried to brace her palms against the inner wall, but it was slick. Her fingers slid. That was when the appendages moved. They didn't lash. They rose with a slow certainty, like muscles waking. One thick vine lifted and curved over the rim, then another. They reached inward, not randomly but toward her. One looped around her upper arm, another around her shoulders. Another pressed against her lower back, pushing her forward. She gasped and tried to twist away, but the plant's grip tightened in a steady compressing embrace. The crowd leaned in. I expected panic, even from the participants. I expected someone to flinch or look away. Instead, they watched with a focused hunger. Not wild, not ecstatic, practical. The man with the hat lifted one of the wooden cups. Someone else held a gourd beneath the rim. The girl's body tensed against the constriction. Her face lifted toward the sky, eyes wide, mouth open, then shut again as if she had decided she wouldn't scream. The appendages tightened incrementally. The plant's rim flexed, drawing inward. The fluid inside rose around her, swallowing more of her. I felt Cal shift beside me. His breathing changed, quick, shallow. I heard a small sound from his throat like he was about to speak. I gripped his wrist hard enough to hurt, because if he made noise, we would become part of what was happening. The compression continued. The vines pressed her arms against her sides. Her shoulders were forced forward. Her chest seemed to struggle for space. In the sunlight, the wet dress shone black-green. The plant's inner wall shivered, and a thin line of red appeared at the surface of the fluid, spreading in delicate threads. The participants lifted their cups. They didn't drink from the bowl directly. They collected what rose along the rim, what seeped where plant met skin and fabric. A mixture gathered there, dark fluid, plant sap that looked milky and viscous, and the red that threaded through it. They cupped it, poured it, passed it hand to hand without spilling. I'm going to be careful with what I say next, because memory turns ugly when you stare at it too long. I did not see anyone cut hair. I did not see a blade. The plant did what it did by pressure and enclosure, and by whatever chemistry lived in its glossy interior. The red I saw could have come from any number of injuries caused by crushing. It could have come from a bite I didn't see. I only know what my eyes tracked. The tightening vines, the sinking body, the sheen on the inner wall, and the way the crowd drank what they collected as if they were thirsty after the first cups were swallowed. A change went through them. It wasn't instant staggering, it was suppler at first. Eyes widening, shoulders loosening, faces smoothing into expressions I can only describe as relieved. One man laughed once, a short bark, then clapped a hand over his mouth as if surprised by his own joy. A woman swayed slightly, then steadied herself by touching the arm of the person next to her. They looked at each other with an intimacy that hadn't been there minutes earlier, as if sharing a secret warmth. The girl disappeared. That sentence still feels wrong to write, because she didn't vanish. The plant closed around her. The appendages tightened until her form was no longer distinct. The rim drew inward like a mouth closing, smooth and patient. The glossy interior folded over itself, sealing the bowl. The last thing visible was a portion of wet fabric. Then that too was pulled down into darkness. The plant became a sealed green dome. No one in the crowd looked shaken. They set down their gourds and cups. A few wiped their mouths with the backs of their hands. Several sat on their heels in the shade and stared at the closed plant as if waiting for an aftertaste. Their faces had that distant, softened look I've seen on people coming down from strong drink. Except this was bright daylight, and there was no bottle. Cal's phone was in his hand again. He filmed without lifting it high, holding it low against his thigh. I didn't tell him to stop. Part of me believed that if we had proof, we could turn horror into a report. A report into action, action into justice. That's how the mind tries to rescue itself. We backed away into the trees the moment the crowd began to drift, moving in small groups back into the jungle with the slow care of people leaving a ceremony. No one chased us. No one called out. It was as if our presence hadn't registered at all, or as if the day's work was finished and nothing else mattered. We didn't leave the area immediately. That is another fact that makes people angry when they hear it. They want the clean version of the story where we sprinted to the nearest town and raised an alarm. But the jungle isn't a hallway you can run down. It is a maze of green walls, deadfall, hidden gullies, and insects that punish every wrong choice. We were also afraid of being followed, afraid of stumbling into another group, afraid of getting lost at night. So we did the thing that still makes my stomach twist. We watched. We found a place downstream where the stream narrowed and the trees thickened. From there, with a careful angle through leaves, we could see the clearing without being seen. At least that's what we told ourselves. We stayed quiet. We rationed food. We drank from the stream after filtering, though every sip tasted like metal after what we'd seen. In my field notebook, I wrote in short, plain lines: time of day, direction of travel, what we observed, because if I let myself describe it in full, I knew I would break. I later logged the account with the same restraint, attaching what media we had, marking it for review. The plant remained closed. Daylight passed, then another. Rain fell briefly one afternoon, warm and sudden, and the clearing steamed afterward. Birds returned to the edges, calling, refusing to enter the open circle around the sealed dome. Once we saw two children at the stream's edge in the distance, collecting water with a pot, and my throat tightened because it meant the clearing was not hidden from life. It was part of it. The people returned once a day, always in daytime, always calm. They approached the plant, touched the outer surface with their palms, then sat around it in the shade as if listening. Sometimes they brought cups and gourds again, but they did not collect anything from the plant. I saw no opening, no seepage. They simply waited, then left. Their movements had the same unhurried confidence, the same assumption that the plant would do what it was supposed to do. We counted time by the sun's position, by the way Cal's battery dwindled, by the ache in our legs from crouching, by the slow shift of hunger from sharp to dull. On the 10th day, 10 full days after the plant closed, I woke to a different quality of light. The air was clearer. The usual damp heaviness had lifted, and the streams sounded louder, as if the jungle had quieted to listen. Cal was already awake, eyes fixed through the leaves at the clearing. The dome shuddered. At first it looked like wind had hit it, but the surrounding leaves didn't move. The plant's outer skin tightened and released, tightening and releasing as if drawing breath. A seam appeared at the top where two thick folds met. The seam widened slowly, revealing darkness within. The crowd arrived before it fully opened, stepping out of the trees with cups ready, faces set in expectation, the rim peeled back like a lid. Whatever had been inside had changed completely. The glossy interior no longer shone wet. It looked dry and fibrous, streaked with pale sap that had dried to a crust. The fluid was gone. In its place lay what was left of the girl, reduced to hard angles and hollows. Sunlight struck bone. The dress was there in tatters, stained and stiff, clinging to what remained. There was no flesh visible, no recognizable softness, only a shape that had once been a person, and was now a stark arrangement of skeletal pieces. A murmur went through the crowd. Not grief, not shock. Satisfaction, relief, anticipation. They leaned in with their cups, searching the inner wall for residue, scraping gently at dried sap, catching flakes and smears as if gathering the last drops from a favored barrel. When they consumed it, the same change washed over them again. Shoulders dropping, mouths relaxing, eyes brightening with a private warmth. Cal made a sound then, a small involuntary breath, and the nearest heads turned toward the trees. We did not wait to see if they would come closer. We moved. We crawled backward through damp leaf litter, then rose and ran, bent low, taking turns cutting the trail with a machete we'd been using for vines. The jungle grabbed at our packs, slapped our faces with wet leaves. Our boots slipped on roots. I remember the taste of panic like copper filling my mouth as we crashed through green. We didn't stop until late afternoon, when the light began to tilt and the stream noise faded behind us. We found a higher ridge and kept moving, because the idea of resting felt like inviting the jungle to close around us the way the plant had closed around her. We eventually made it to a logging road, and then to a settlement that had a radio. Authorities came days later, and we led them back as best we could. But the jungle does what it always does. Trails vanish, markers rot, rivers shift. When we reached the place where the clearing should have been, we found only dense growth and the sound of water moving somewhere unseen. No open circle of trees, no bowl-shaped plant, no proof except what Cal had captured on a trembling phone. And even that footage blurred, low, half hidden by leaves, looked like something easy to dismiss if you wanted to. People like their world tidy. Mine isn't anymore. I still dream in daylight sometimes, staring at a houseplant in a window and feeling my ribs tighten as if green appendages are testing the air. I still hear the stream when everything is quiet, and I imagine a clearing where sunlight falls in a perfect circle and a living bowl waits with patient hunger, knowing that sooner or later a crowd will return, and someone will climb in, because everyone else insists that's how it's done. The first stone hit the cabin like a rifle shot, and for a moment I thought the whole mountain had cracked. I was awake because the stove had gone mean and smoky, and the little room was full of that bitter, half-burnt pine. The cabin was nothing but rough logs and a plank roof, jammed into the shoulder of the mountain where the claim leveled out, just enough to pitch a building without it sliding downhill. No windows, we'd built it that way on purpose. Up there, glass was a promise you couldn't keep. Wind found every seam, snow loaded the sills, and men got careless when they could see the dark. So we had a door, a stovepipe, and chinks stuffed with moss. We had bunks on one wall, a table on the other, and our tools hung where we could grab them in the dark. We had 3 men in the cabin that night, and a fourth outside because he'd been too proud to come in when the wind turned. I remember the quiet before the stone. It wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of quiet that feels like someone is holding their breath behind you. The second impact came low, against the logs, heavy enough to make dust fall from the seams. The stovepipe rattled and gave a dull metallic moan. I slid off my bunk and my boots found the floor without looking. That was the good thing about living in a space so small you could map it with your knees in the dark. Pete was already up. He had his shirt half on and the shotgun in his hands like it had grown there. Lyle moved slower, swearing under his breath and reaching for the lantern. Nobody spoke a full sentence. We listened. Outside, something shifted in the brush. Not a deer, not a bear either. The weight of it came through the ground in a way you feel in your teeth. Then there was a scraping along the wall, like fingernails on bark, dragging down and stopping at the corner where the logs overlapped. Then, Pete called once too loud. No answer came back. Just the wind on the slope and that patient scrape. That afternoon, the trouble had started with a single stupid act. We'd seen them on the ridge at a distance, silhouettes moving between the dead snags above the tray line. Too tall for men, too broad in the shoulders. They watched our sluice and the cut we'd opened in the gravel, and they didn't wave or speak or do anything you could make sense of. They just stood there, still as stumps. Ben had been the one to lift his rifle and fire into the air. Not at them, he swore. Just to tell them to go on, to show we weren't easy. We'd argued about it right there by the water, the gold pan in my hand and the sun already dropping behind the ridge. It was a stupid sound to make in that empty country. A shot carries a long way. It tells everything that hears it where you are. Ben laughed, then went off to check the traps up the draw, saying he'd sleep in the lean-to by the creek and come back at first light. He liked to be alone when he sulked. We let him. That was our mistake. Now, with the first boulder-sized stone already thrown, and the next one waiting somewhere in the dark, the cabin felt less like shelter and more like a box. Lyle got the lantern lit with hands that shook, and the yellow light showed our faces wrong, stretched and pale. Pete looked like he'd aged 10 years since sundown. I grabbed my rifle from the pegs and checked the chamber by feel. Something struck the door, not a stone, a shove. The hinges groaned. The iron latch held. Another shove. And then a sound like air being sucked through a throat. Not a word, not an animal noise I knew. The hair rose on my arms under the layer of coal dust and sweat. We didn't open the door. We couldn't. We stood in our narrow space with our guns leveled at a plank and listened to the mountain decide what it wanted from us. The first true volley of rocks started after midnight. I know because I looked at the little watch I'd kept dry in a tin and saw the hands lined up wrong in the lantern glow. And later, after it was over, the time made sense with what my body felt. In the moment, time was just a tightening. Stones hit the walls in different places as if thrown by more than one set of arms. Some were fist-sized, snapping against the logs and dropping. Others were bigger. Big enough that the whole cabin shuddered and the roof timbers answered with a dry creak. Every impact knocked loose a little more grit. The lantern glass chimed. The stove lid jumped. Between the barrages there was movement outside. Heavy, deliberate, not a scramble like wolves, not the wandering bump of a bear. It was as if a crowd had gathered and was taking turns. Pete crouched by the door and tried to see under the threshold. The gap was thin, but he swore he saw legs. Not boots, not paws. Something thick and dark and jointed wrong, shifting in and out of the little slice of lamplight. Lyle found the axe and set it on the table within reach. It was our best tool and our last argument. If the door went, the axe was what we'd have before hands found our throats. We fired the first shot from inside, when the wall on the stove side took a hit so hard the whole log stack groaned like it might peel away. It wasn't a smart shot. We couldn't see what we were shooting at, but the sound of the rifle in the confined cabin was thunder. My ears rang and the lantern flame bent like it wanted to go out. Outside, everything went still for a breath. Then the rocks came faster. The cabin began to sound like it was being worked over by sledgehammers. Moss packed into the seams flew out in strips. Dust thickened in the air until it tasted like chewed clay. We wrapped our neckerchiefs over our mouths and tried not to cough. At some point, the scraping on the wall turned into a slow, steady pressure, like something leaning its weight against the logs. The whole wall bowed inward a fraction, enough to make the chinks widen and the wind hiss through. I pressed my shoulder to the log and felt it vibrate under my collarbone. Another shove came, and a deep, wet exhale followed, close enough that I could smell it through the cracks. Damp earth, old leaves, and something like wet fur left too long in a sack. We could have been imagining it. That's what my mind tried to do for me, to make sense of it in pieces. Bear, men, a trick of fear. But the stone that struck the wall at that moment was the size of a cooking pot, and it hit with a force no man I knew could manage on a slope like that. The axe was still on the table. I looked at it too long, like it might decide something for me. Then the hand came in. It didn't come through the door. It didn't come through the stovepipe. It slid through a gap we hadn't known was there, where a knot in one log had rotted soft, and the moss packing had been hammered loose by the impacts. The gap was only a few inches wide, but the thing that entered didn't care about inches. It probed, fingers first, long and dark, nails thick as if they had grown under pressure. The hand moved with purpose. It didn't flail. It reached for the axe like it knew exactly where we kept it. Lyle made a sound that might have been his name. Cut off. Pete swung the shotgun down and fired at the gap without thinking. The blast tore splinters from the log. Smoke filled the cabin, stinging our eyes. The hand jerked back, but not all the way. It slapped against the inside wall, searching again, and the fingers curled around the axe handle. For a second, it had it. I grabbed the axe head with both hands, metal cold and slick under my palms. The handle pulled toward the gap with a steady strength, not a jerk but a patient, unbeatable draw. I braced my boots against the floorboards and leaned back until my spine felt like it would split. Pete struck at the fingers with the butt of the shotgun. Again and again, not graceful, just desperate. The hand didn't bleed where we hit it. Not that I saw, it only tightened. Then, as if something outside had given a signal, the pull stopped. The fingers released the handle and slid out of the gap, leaving gouges in the wood like a rake. We stood there breathing hard in the smoke, the axe between us like a prize we'd won by accident. After that, the rocks turned into boulders. I don't mean big stones. I mean the kind you curse when you hit them with a pick, because they've been sitting in the gravel bed since the ice left the valley. One struck low on the cabin wall and drove the bottom log inward. So far the floorboards buckled up. Another hit high and made the roof shake loose. Snow and bark. Each impact was a choice. Whoever was throwing them was aiming. We fired through the door once, shoving the barrel out a crack and shooting blind into the dark. The recoil slammed the door back against the frame. Something outside made a sound like a grunt, and then the stones paused again, as if to listen. We weren't heroes. We were 3 tired men who'd come up the mountain chasing yellow flecks. We'd built this cabin with our own hands, and now it was being dismantled around us. We were trying to stay alive until morning. In the worst stretch of the night, the lantern went out. It wasn't dramatic. The wick just guttered in the thick dust and smoke and died. The darkness inside the cabin became complete, the kind you can't even see your own fingers in. We could still hear, though, the rocks, the shoves, the scrape of something moving along the walls, checking, feeling for weakness. We sat on the floor with our backs to the logs and our guns across our knees, listening for the sound of the door giving way. My thoughts went to Ben out there in his lean-to, alone with nothing but a blanket and his pride. I tried not to picture what might be at the creek. Hours passed in pieces, measured by our breathing and the pauses between impacts. When the wind shifted, we could smell the cold coming down from above. When the rocks stopped for longer stretches, the silence felt like a hand on the throat. At some point near dawn, the attacks changed. The stones stopped, the shoving eased, the scraping went away from the cabin walls and out into the brush. It was as if the mountain had decided it had proved what it wanted to prove. The first gray light filtered through the chinks, thin lines that made the cabin look like it was stitched together with dawn. We relit the lantern and saw what the night had done. chinks blown out, one wall bowed, the floor warped. The doorframe cracked at the top hinge. Pete's face was black with soot and dust, streaked where sweat had cut through. Lyle's hand shook so hard he couldn't load his rifle without bracing it on his knee. We didn't talk much. There was nothing to say that would make it better. We gathered what we could carry: rifle, shotgun, ammunition, a sack of the gold dust we'd already washed, and the axe because it felt wrong to leave it. I tucked my written statement of the claim and our location into my shirt, the one I later filed with the authorities and kept on record, not because I thought paper mattered to what had been outside, but because it mattered to me to have something official in my pocket. When we opened the door, the cold air hit like a slap. The ground around the cabin was torn up with deep impressions, not footprints in the human sense, but dents where something heavy had stood and shifted. Rocks lay scattered like a child had thrown a tantrum. A boulder the size of a wash basin sat against the stove-side wall, freshly broken, as if it had struck and split. Ben's lean-to by the creek was out of sight down the draw, but the thought of it pulled at us like a rope. We stepped out anyway, because staying in the cabin felt like waiting for the second half of a story. The retreat wasn't a run at first. We moved in a tight line, rifles up, boots slipping on the crusted snow. The claim spread out in front of us, our sluice box, our cut, the little heaps of tailings we'd worked so hard to make. The morning made it all look harmless, like a picture you'd hang on a wall. Then, from the timberline above, something moved. I saw a shape step between two trees and stop. It was tall, too tall. The shoulders were wide, the head set low. The body was covered in dark hair or something that looked like it in the distance, and the arms hung longer than they should have. Another shape appeared to the left, then another, forming a loose arc that matched our path. They didn't rush. They didn't need to. They were guiding. Pete raised the shotgun and fired once into the air above them, the way Ben had the day before. A stupid echo of a stupid act. The sound cracked across the valley and died without an answer. The shapes came down the slope then, not like men picking their way, but like something built for that ground. They moved fast, silent except for the occasional snap of a branch. One of them broke from the line and headed toward our left, trying to get ahead. We turned downhill. Our boots skidded on loose shale. Lyle slipped and caught himself on my shoulder. The creek was somewhere below, hidden by brush and snow. We needed that draw because it was the only cover that led away from the cabin and toward the lower trail. A rock sailed past and struck a tree trunk ahead of us. Exploding bark. It came from the right, from one of the shapes that had barely moved its arms. Another rock hit the ground behind us and sent up a spray of frozen dirt. They were herding us like cattle. We fired then, not into the air, not as warning, but at the nearest moving mass. The rifle bucked against my shoulder. Pete's shotgun roared. Lyle fired twice in quick succession, the shots tearing holes in the morning. One of the shapes stumbled. It didn't fall. It put a hand to the tree beside it, as if steadying itself, and the hand was big enough to wrap around the trunk. It looked at us if it was looking. I couldn't see eyes at that distance, and then it made a sound that was part breath, part growl. And it charged. That was the final confrontation. Not in the cabin, not behind logs and moss, but in the open with daylight showing everything it could. The thing covered ground in long strides, arms swinging. Pete fired again and again until the shotgun clicked empty. I saw splinters kick from the snow near its feet. I saw it flinch as if struck. It kept coming. I swung the axe up without meaning to, the same axe it had tried to take in the night. The metal caught the thin sun and flashed. The sight of it seemed to change the shape's line for half a breath, like it recognized the tool, like it knew what it was. Then Lyle grabbed my sleeve and yanked me hard downhill, and my boots left the ground. We slid on our backsides into the draw, branches whipping our faces. Another rock hit where my head had been a moment before, and shattered into sharp pieces. We didn't stop. We couldn't. The draw funneled us into thicker brush, and the slope steepened until we were more falling than running. Behind us, branches snapped. Something moved through the timber, keeping pace, At the creek, the lean-to was crushed, the blanket half buried in snow and torn as if something had dragged it. Ben wasn't there. No blood, no bones, no sign that made sense. Just the absence of a man who should have been cursing us for waking him. We didn't look long. The mountain didn't give us time. We followed the creek down until the trees grew closer and the ground leveled enough to keep our feet. The snapping behind us faded, not all at once, but in increments like whoever followed had decided the boundary had been reached. When we dared to stop and look back through the brush, there was nothing but the dark line of the timber and the pale shoulder of the ridge. The rest of the day was a blur of downhill travel, stumbling, checking behind us, listening for rocks. We reached the lower trail by afternoon and kept going until the mountains opened into a valley, where other men had cabins and smoke rose in straight lines. Only then did my hand stop shaking enough to reload my rifle without dropping the cartridges. I went back once, weeks later, with a larger party and a guide who knew the country. We found the cabin collapsed inward on one side, like something had leaned on it until it got tired. The claim was scattered with stones that didn't belong there. Ben was never found. The ridge above the tree line was empty except for wind and the thin cry of a hawk. I still dream sometimes of that hand, groping through the gap in the log like a blind thing that knew exactly what it wanted. I remember the pull on the axe handle and the way the strength behind it felt patient, almost calm. When I wake, I can taste pine smoke and dust, and I can hear the first stone striking the cabin like a decision. And I lie very still until the morning light comes through my own window and proves for a moment that the night is over. I was lacing my boots on a flat patch of duff when I noticed the first break in the tree line. A line of spruce boughs snapped high above the ground, pale wood showing through the dark needles like fresh bone. It wasn't wind damage. The breaks were clean, bent downward, and they ran in a loose arc around our campsite as if something tall had moved through there and used the branches as handholds. We were 3 of us, and none of us were new to this. I'd spent years taking weekend routes into the forest-covered hills north of the highway, where the limestone folded into shallow caves and cold sinkholes. Mara had been leading club trips since college. Jonah did search and rescue on his days off, and treated every pack strap like a system to be checked twice. We'd chosen the spot because it was out of the way, tucked between a low ridge and a seam of rock that opened into 2 small cave mouths. There was an old cabin, half a mile farther in, marked on Jonah's battered paper map with a penciled square and the words private, abandoned. The light was going soft, that slate blue you get under thick canopy when the sun is already dipping behind hills. We moved through our routine without talking much. Tents up, bear line hung, water filtered, stove set on a flat stone. The usual little sounds sat around us, the rasp of cord through bark, the click of a pot lid, the hiss of fuel. It felt like any other evening in the back country. Then I stepped away to dig a cathol and saw the prints. They weren't close to the tents at first. They were out past the line where our headlamps began to fade, in a corridor between ferns and bracken. I would have missed them entirely if the soil hadn't been damp from a brief afternoon shower. The impressions were deep and long, wider at the front than any boot I'd ever worn, and spaced farther apart than made sense for a person walking. Even with the heel to toe of a big hiker, you don't take steps like that without running. I called Mara over with a low whistle and pointed, and she crouched without a word. She didn't touch them. None of us did. Jonah paced the distance between 2 prints and frowned at the ground like it was a problem he could solve with enough attention. "Bear?" he asked finally, voice kept flat. "It's not a bear track," Mara said, still watching the line as if it might continue moving on its own. "Bears leave claws. They also step in a pattern you can follow, and you can usually find where they turned, where they dug, where they sniffed. These were just heavy, 2 deep ovals, then another as though something had placed its weight carefully and kept going." Jonah shone his headlamp higher and caught the broken branches again. The snapped points were well above his reach, above mine too. Some of them were bent with strips of bark peeled away, like something had gripped and pulled itself through. We'd planned to stay 2 nights. The first cave mouth was a simple overhang, dry enough to cook under if it rained. The second was deeper, the kind that breathed cold air even in summer, and carried the smell of wet stone. We'd figured we'd explore in the morning, skirt the ridge, maybe see what was left of the cabin on the way out. Instead, we spent the next 10 minutes walking the perimeter of our little clearing, trying to understand what we were looking at without saying what we were thinking. The forest around us felt the same as it always did, thick green-black, layered with distant bird calls winding down toward night. Still, I found myself listening harder for the small normal noises that prove you're not alone in the dark. Chipmunks, a twig snap that's just a deer, the lazy wings of an owl. The prints curved around the edge of our campsite and disappeared into a patch of rock and roots leading toward the caves. Mara straightened and set her shoulders the way she did when she'd already made a decision. "We keep the fire small," she said, "and we don't wander." Jonah nodded, and that was that. We weren't panicking. We weren't telling stories. We were just doing what experienced hikers do when the wilderness stops being a backdrop and becomes a presence. Tightening our circle, checking our exits, putting tools where our hands could find them without thought. Dinner was quick. The stove's blue flame looked too delicate for the surrounding dark. I ate without tasting much, watching the trail line instead of my bowl. The night settled in layers. The caves became two black mouths in the slope, darker than the shadows around them. The cabin somewhere beyond might as well have been on the moon, by full dark. The forest had that dense, padded silence you get when the wind dies, and even the insects seemed to hush. Our headlamps cut narrow cones that did nothing to soften the feeling that everything beyond was simply waiting. We turned in early, not because we were tired, but because lying still in a tent gives you the illusion of being small, and sometimes small feels safer than exposed. I remember the zipper of my tent sounding too loud. I remember the smell of nylon and damp earth. I remember how my own breathing seemed like a beacon. Sometime later, I woke to a sound that didn't belong. At first it was so low I thought it was the cave itself. The cold air moving, stone shifting, some distant underground water. Then it gathered shape into something rough and deliberate. A growl, drawn out, vibrating through the ground more than through the air. I lay still, listening. Another growl answered it, closer. Not an echo, not a second animal. The sound had weight, like the forest had briefly learned to speak. From the tent next to mine came the faint rustle of Mara shifting. Jonah's silhouette moved behind the thin fabric of his tent, and his headlamp flicked on, then off again. The growling stopped. In the pause, I heard a different noise, slow pressure on the forest floor. The soft crunch of leaf litter pressed down by something heavy. It wasn't the sharp step of a deer. It was the dull, measured placement of mass. Jonah unzipped his tent just enough to slide out, and I followed suit, moving like the zipper was made of glass. We didn't speak. Mara was already outside, her light angled down to keep it dim. All three of us stood close together at the edge of our small clearing, headlamps turned low, eyes working the dark. The sound came again, not a growl this time, but a wet exhale. It drifted from the direction of the cabin. Mara lifted her light a fraction, and the beams skimmed tree trunks, ferns, a mossy log. For a moment it caught nothing, then it hit 2 points of color that snapped into place like sparks. Yellow eyes, too far apart to be a deer, too steady to be a reflection off random wet leaves. They were at the edge of the trees, near where the trail bent toward the cabin, close enough that I could make out the crude outline of a structure beyond. The cabin's roofline, darker against darker sky. The eyes didn't blink. They didn't bob. They stayed at a consistent height, and that height was wrong. Too high. A growl rolled out again, deeper now, and it carried an unmistakable warning. My skin tightened as if cold water had been poured over it. Jonah's hand came up, palm open, and he made a slow motion that meant back up. Not run, not bolt, just retreat. We stepped backward together. 3 careful steps into the center of our clearing, away from the trail line and away from the cave mouths. The eyes tracked with us, not moving forward, just staying aligned, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. Mara angled her light down, breaking the beam. The eyes vanished instantly, swallowed by the dark. That was almost worse. Seeing them was terrible, but losing them meant not knowing where the thing was anymore. We held position for long minutes, barely breathing. Somewhere above, a branch creaked with slow pressure and then snapped. Not a light break, a solid crack like a broomstick in strong hands. Jonah's whisper was so faint I barely caught it. He didn't say what it was. He only said what to do. Stay together, keep lights low, do not go toward the cabin. We stood there until my legs ached, and my mouth dried out. A few times the forest gave us small sounds, a distant rustle, a soft thud that might have been a pine cone dropping, the faint scrape of bark. But the heavy breathing didn't return, and the growling faded into the general dark. Eventually, exhaustion did what fear couldn't. We went back into the tents without speaking. Zippers barely moved. Lights kept off. I lay on my back and stared at the tent ceiling, listening for the next sound that would make my heart punch upward. The night dragged. I dozed in thin slivers and woke every time the forest shifted. At some point, rain began again, a light patter that made everything damp and muted. It should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like camouflage for something that wanted to move quietly. When dawn finally came, it did so reluctantly. A gray seep through the canopy. Birds started up again as if nothing had happened. The world took on its ordinary shapes. Trunks, rocks, ferns, the two cave mouths like empty sockets in the hillside. We emerged as if from shelter after a storm, slow and stiff. None of us tried to make jokes about it. Jonah went straight to the edge of the clearing, scanning the ground while Mara watched the trees. I stayed close, eyes moving between them and the shadows near the caves. The tracks were everywhere. In daylight, they were more shocking because there was no room for imagination to soften them. The impressions in the soil were deep enough to hold small puddles. Some had dragged edges like the foot had slid slightly underweight. They circled our campsite, crossed close to our cooking stone, and then headed toward the cabin, in a line that cut through ferns without bothering to go around, and there was more damage than we'd seen the night before. Several young trees had bark scraped clean at shoulder height, but shoulder height for us didn't fit. The scrape started above Jonah's head, and ran down in long vertical streaks. A thick branch lay broken in the clearing, freshly snapped, needles still green. Another branch had been torn from higher up and dropped as if something had pulled it down and let it fall. Near the trail toward the cabin, a section of old deadfall had been shifted aside like it weighed nothing. The logs were slick with rain and heavy with rot, and I knew what they should have taken to move. Yet there they were, rolled away from the path. The ground beneath churned. Mara crouched by one print and held her hand above it without touching. Her face was set in a way I'd never seen on her before. Not fear exactly, but a kind of reluctant respect. Jonah took photos with his phone, careful to include his boot for scale, as if that would make it make sense later. He didn't speak while he did it. I wrote down what I could in my small waterproof notebook, not because I expected anyone to believe it, but because I needed my own record to be solid later, when the memory tried to blur itself into a bad dream. I even marked the page with a little note. Keep this with the trip log because I knew I'd want to convince myself I hadn't exaggerated. We didn't go to the cabin. In the daylight, it was visible through the trees. A sagging roof. One dark window opening. A door that hung slightly crooked. The sight of it made my stomach tighten, because it meant that whatever had watched us in the dark had been close to human things, close to shelter, and it still chose to stand in the trees and growl. We broke camp fast. Too fast. Straps got yanked tight instead of adjusted. Wet tents got stuffed without care. The bear line came down with a quick jerk that scraped bark. I kept looking at the ground, half expecting to see another fresh print appear behind us, like a signature. When we finally started hiking out, we stayed in a tight formation. No one lagging. The forest felt narrower than it had the day before. The trees pressed in. The rocks seemed with the caves at our backs like a cold breath. Every time the trail curved, I anticipated those yellow eyes again. Nothing followed us that I could prove. No obvious footsteps behind ours. No snapping branches in our wake, but there were moments, a silence that fell too abruptly, a distant rustle that didn't resolve into a squirrel, the sudden sense of being watched from a fixed point that made me tighten my grip on my trekking pole until my knuckles hurt. We reached the trailhead by late morning, the sound of distant traffic filtering up like a strange kind of relief. When my boots hit the gravel, it felt wrong, like stepping out of one world into another without earning it. We unloaded packs into the car without talking much. Our clothes smelled of damp pine and smoke, and that smell clung like a reminder. On the drive home, Mara finally said that the tracks didn't match any animals she'd ever seen. Jonah didn't argue. He just kept his eyes on the road and his hands steady on the wheel. I've camped since then. I've been back into the hills, even near other cave systems, because refusing to go would feel like letting the forest keep something it didn't earn. But I haven't returned to that particular ridge, and I don't unfold that map to the penciled square marked cabin without feeling my throat tighten. Sometimes when the night is very still and the wind dies the way it did back there, I remember the way those eyes held steady in the beam, unblinking, and how the growls seemed to come from the ground itself. I remember the broken branches too high to be an accident, and the prints filled with rainwater the next morning, as if the forest had tried to wash the evidence away but couldn't quite manage it, leaving only the impression of weight and intent behind